Hi, my name is Aksik, aka Annika. Welcome to my channel and welcome to this live stream, our wonderful Saturday evening Naturfest. I don't know how many of you are going to be there. I am well aware that today is Valentine's Day, so happy Valentine's Day to you all. I am going to also check if I am actually online because, who knows? But I do seem to be online, so everything should be hunky-dory. As I said, it's fine if there's not too many people here at the moment. I totally would understand because, let's be honest, it is an evening that a lot of people would go, they would go out with their partners or their loved ones or their parents or their friends. So it's probably going to be quiet tonight, but who knows? Maybe some of you will be there. And I will be grateful for every single visitor. But it's also a nice way to just relax and, chatter a little. So I thought that today it would be great to play with that book a bit. This is a Korean book. A lot of you probably know about that book, but I'm going to talk about it a little bit anyway. It is, I do not know the author of this book, and I haven't been able to really find out the artist's name. Was my original version that I had, and I had a page or two on it done as well. I lost it somehow. I don't know how. It's still a mystery to me. Don't ask. It's weird. But this one, then Maria, my wonderful friend Maria, colourful mother of three, sorry. She found it on Etsy and bought us both a copy. So I have it again. I really like the art in it. It's on really nice, fairly smooth paper, but it has nice enough tools on it so you can actually, use pencils laid down wonderfully on here. And my first try, my first book that I had, to me, it seemed like, water materials are absolute no-no, that, they just sunk in. But I don't think I knew back then, it was my first experiences with that sort of a paper, and I didn't really know how to cope with water because I tried Neocolors here. And, I was able to spread them around and give a lovely, smooth result here. So I think if you go with kind of a more opaque water materials like Neocolors or Chinese watercolors or Anzaitambi or whatever, then this water materials are okay as well. Yes, of course, Angelique, I can do that here. This is the ISBN. If you want to take a screenshot or something, I'll just hold it for a little while. Aladdin definitely has it. I'm pretty 100% sure because my original version actually came from Aladdin. The artwork is just stunning. Let me get you a tiny bit closer so you can see the artwork a little better. Is that better? Or should I get you even closer? Yeah, well, maybe that is the best kind of a, you can see the artwork. And this is put down with Neocolors, just 2 colors of crayons, and went down perfectly. So yes, you can either base or even do the full pages with Neocolors. I presume the same story will then apply to watercolor pencils, because if you can do Neocolors, you can do watercolor pencils or Inktense or whatever. And just wonderful, absolutely wonderful artwork. There are samples which you can either follow because I think the samples are actually beautifully done. They're, tasteful, and they would be fairly kind of easy to follow, if you don't want to go too overboard with shading and whatnot. It has some lovely subtle light effects occasionally, but the faces and the skin, it's kind of like fairly easy if you do them by the samples. So Absolutely gorgeous. Just look at this artwork. And I also often like, you know, how they've done the skies and the environment, you know, can take quite a lot of inspiration from their just, you know, ideas, you know, how to do the backgrounds here. You might not want to repeat it, and you might want to repeat it, and either way is fine. Like, look how lovely that sea has been rendered here. Oh, hi! Hi, Diane, hi! Oh, surprise, surprise. I thought you were all, you went out for Valentine's Day. Andrea, hi. Jeez, I didn't even, hi. Yeah, so I was actually thinking about maybe doing Mummy Water for Mermay. Is it Mermay? Yes, it seems to be. Happy Valentine's Day, yes, to everybody. See, my problem is slightly that the background I'm coming from, Valentine's Day isn't really a huge thing. It started to become, you know, it was kind of being popularized kind of after the Soviet Union fell apart, but it was never, you know, it was more so, it was called Friends Day, so so it's a bit different than Valentine's Day would be in Ireland and UK and US, I presume. Although friendships are also celebrated here, but, you know, it's mainly like Day of Love, more of a romantic bent. It's just, you know, wonderful work. Another one I really want to do is Oshun. Of course, one day I want to do this Bridget as well. It's beautiful triple goddess. It's just, yeah, lovely. But today I wanted to do one of the goddesses of love. Yeah, definitely, Angelique. I got it from Aladdin, so I would be surprised. The original version, no, that was a couple of years ago, but usually they would still have them in stock. I think I saw it there not that long ago, and I was browsing things on Amazon. I'm pretty sure I saw it there. So yeah, you should be. Diane, I'm waiting in dinner line. 1 hour wait. What? Oh, are you going out with somebody and you're at the restaurant or something? Oh my God, 1 hour. Oh, how romantic. Yeah, oh, look at that. That's just beautiful. Oh, I used to know the name of her, Bodhisattva something. Okay, I'm not going to butcher the name. Onya, I would love to do Onya. It's just beautiful. I would love to do pretty much all the Celtic goddesses and also most of the Nordic goddesses. But yes, as I said, I want to do Goddess of Love today, kind of to celebrate the day. I'm not sure. No, of course, I'm not going to be able to finish it because, you know me, I'm not the fastest. But, you know, just to put some elements down at least. This is Ishtar, is, by the way, also a goddess of love and war. I was contemplating doing her, but I decided to go for a different one. But, you know, she's on the line. I love how fierce she is. Now, she would work for every month of the year. Hera is also a goddess of love. She would be a bit like Frigg in Nordic mythology. So she would be love and marriage, you know, kind of married love. You know, of course, in the household and, you know. Then that's Lakshmi. I could swear that's Lakshmi. A book who I know very little, but I think she's also associated with love. But I would need to check her out a bit more because I don't really know much about her. I have done that page before, but not anymore. So the page I'm thinking about going here is Freya. I was kind of between Freya and Frigg. Frigg is here. Frigg is Nordic goddess of married love and marriage and, you know, household and, you know, home and hearth type of a goddess. but I kind of changed my mind and I decided to go for Freya. So I'm not going to probably flip the whole book. Oh, before I start, I wanted to show you what I found. Aren't they, Diane? They're just gorgeous. And I love that the line art isn't too dominating. You can either, leave it as is or disguise it very easily if you wanted to. But I'd say you don't even need to disguise it if you just put some contrast and shadows, next to highlighted areas. The line art will pretty much disappear. Okay, so, I wanted to show you what let me. Hi! Hi, Emma, how are you? I found this. Well, found it. You know how people and things are found. Simon's cat, it's a dog life. Firstly, I always liked it, but I never really realized, because I always kind of had seen it in a digital format. For some reason, I never had a book with it, that it comes in a little hardback book like this. Pretty nice paper. I would actually like to quickly try, I don't know, Neocolor or something. Can I color here? Because I adore Simon and the Derpy Dog. Just love them. Aww. Hi, Atlanta. Hi, happy Valentine's Day. So yeah, okay, I'm going to do a quick test, just out of curiosity, before I start with the goddess. This is now purely for my benefit, and possibly yours. Maybe I'm giving you bad ideas. There you go. Okay, taking a random Neocolor, which is dark green. Okay, dark green it is. So putting the dark green here and here. And here. And here. And I'm grabbing different color here as well. So that's grass green. Okay. That'll do. That's a tasteful green jumper. So I'm just essentially testing if that paper would withstand a bit of water on it. In which case, it could be kind of this book where you occasionally just throw a bit of watercolor or something down as a method of relaxing, which I'm putting a bit more of that dark green here. It didn't seem like it was strong enough. No. And here too. Okay. Water brush. Hi, Cindy. Happy Valentine's Day. Who doesn't love Simon's cat? Okay, so let's see how this is going to work out for us. Will it withstand some water? Because if it will, it's going to be a party in my brain, because I just love the illustrations, and that's going to be perfect for some evenings when you just don't feel like much, but you want to just throw watercolor onto a very easy page. Well, that one would be perfect, wouldn't it? So far, so good. It doesn't sink in immediately anyway. I'm getting a bit closer because I'm about a mile away from you. Am I not? Why is it? Okay, now, thank you for the focus camera. Sorry if it was out of focus. It sometimes decides that life is a fog. It's been a bit of a fog for me. I've had a lot of headaches this week. I've been kind of struggling a bit. Don't even know why, But yeah. Do you know what? It takes watercolor just fine. And if I just, Neocolors. I don't know now about actually pure watercolor, but You know, if I can use watercolor pencils and Neocolors, I'm a happy bunny here. I even put a couple of layers down here. That's probably a bad idea. You probably can't do several layers onto the, you know, wet paper. That would be a typical thing about the page like this. So what's going to happen on the other side? And as I, actually, there's a little bit of a ghosting where I put water down twice. You can see, like, we can see the wet spot, but that will disappear once the paper dries. I can do water in this book. This is awesome. This is awesome. Isn't it just, Diane? That is going to be, well, we'll see how it's going to actually pan out. But hopefully it's going to be all right. Okay. See, I have decorations for Valentine's Day. Flowers for you all. And this is a big thing because I'm not a big flowers person at all. Hearts and flowers not really happening much in this household. Anyways, so are we starting from the sky? Of course we're starting from the sky. This is what I preach all the time. So easy way would be doing like approximately what is happening here, but I don't really wanna. I don't wanna. I want to do kind of a interesting, or if not at least interesting, you know, somewhat interesting sky. So I am grabbing my Neas, and I want to create kind of like a setting sun situation here, or possibly sunrise. Very hard to tell the difference. Emma, Gizmo is scared of my glasses. He's starting the idiocy early today. Is he afraid of is he afraid of them when they're on you or when they're just on a random surface and he's terrified of them? I love flowers, especially dandelions and sunflowers. My cat likes to eat them. Yes, even the plastic ones. Well then, yeah. Okay, I'm going to pick up a couple of colors before I start coloring. So I am going to take, sorry, what color is that? I don't know my Neocolors very well. I'm deliberately trying to do something with them because I'm kind of clueless with them. That I'm trying to kind of learn. Sorry. Cough, cough. Pale yellow. I also taking golden yellow. For accents here and there. I would need to kind of like a mid yellow as well, and I don't really have one. I have like weird selection of yellows, so I'm picking up the canary yellow. And I want to get something peachy, but I don't have peach either. Yeah, I need to top up, you know, I need to get a couple of colors that I'm missing. I'm taking salmon pink. Do I really not have? No, I don't have peach. Does it have peach? I presume it would have peach. Andrea, bless him, my cat used to eat them too. Emma, he's just scared of life really. I tried to put my glasses on, that probably didn't help. Pink for Valentine's Day. I'm taking a bit of orange as well, probably. Yeah, and now I need to pick up some kind of a bluish and purplish tones. I would prefer slightly lighter ones. I'm picking up that one, so that's mauve and periwinkle blue. And I want something grayish because all that is going to look like garish. So I want a slight neutralization going on. I don't want very, like, probably won't go very high contrast with skies, but I want a little bit of an interesting sky. Do you know what I mean? And something grayish. So I want like coolish gray, bluish gray. Do we have anything? Like Payne's gray is very dark. But if I very, very gently layer it in the corners, maybe I can use that in the mountains here anyway. So I'm not thinking about mountains yet. Oh, and I'm picking up some of the ochre as well, because I'm putting the sun light kind of glints onto the mountains with yellow ochre, I think. That would look nice. Okay, that's it. That's for time being. If I need to pick up something extra, I will do that. Okay, I'm taking that gray as well. Is there any kind of a muted blue? Not really. Yeah. Okay. What color is this? One cannot. Okay, dark gray. Yeah. I might not use that. I might like taking it out. Okay, let's start with the sky. And this row of the mountains at the back. I'm gonna do these ones as well. And I need warm gray for these two. Do we have a warm gray or kind of like maybe sepia would work here well? Yeah, sepia. Let's see. And then I can mix it with Payne's gray and play around a bit. Okay, I'm taking the lightest yellow at the moment, which is the pale yellow. And I'm creating right behind her head a very light area. Actually, I probably even made it too yellow. Do I have white anyway? Yes, I do. I'm putting some white onto it as well. I want it to be quite light. Yeah. Emma, she's a strange one. She was semi-feral when I got her. A tiny wee ball, black of fluff, so small. Oh, too small to be away from her mom. Oh, hi! Hi, Coloring View. Oops. Happy Valentine's Day. Emma, now we fight over the fluffy cushions because she likes to suckle on them. She's 5 now, and I don't want cat drool on my cushions. She wins anyway. Of course she does. Cats always win. That's just a cat thing, it seems to be. So I'm putting that in a lighter spot here to kind of almost protect it. Area. And then I am going to take some of that periwinkle blue, is it? Yeah? Periwinkle, yeah. And I'm putting that very, very gently. I'm kind of moving around and establishing what colors are going to be where. And to get a decent enough blend on a paper like that, I would pretty much need to put down pretty even base instead of very scribbly, you know, just some pigment down, because that paper will start protesting if I mess it around like that. So taking it a bit in, maybe here, just moving things around. Coloring View, thumbs up and shared. Oh, thank you. Hi, Chris. Hi, how are you? I just saw you now. I'm so sorry. I was concentrating a little bit. Well, a little bit. I was concentrating on what I'm trying to create here. I don't exactly know what it's going to look like, and this paper isn't the most water-friendly, but we'll see. You won't know before you try. So this is periwinkle blue, yeah. Oh yeah, Chris, I meant to answer you, and I think I forgot to send it. I have no rush with the body color. Yeah, just take your time, because my February has not been going great so far, coloring-wise. And I've also had headachy month. Andrea, yes, cats are like that. They tend to win. Emma, please tell me you all got nice stuff for Valentine's so I can live vicariously through you. Hi, Chris. You're good. I'm surprised. Okay. As for Valentine's Day, I did not get anything for Valentine's Day because we don't really celebrate Valentine's Day like that in our house. In my logic, because it's not really my holiday much, and in my head, Valentine's Day should be like every day, you know, every day should be Valentine's Day. Love should be celebrated every day, not just one day a year. Sorry, that's just, you know, kind of a thing we have. So I never really, like, we just don't. I don't really like cut flowers, or, you know, occasionally he has tried to give me bouquets and I appreciate, but I'm not really a flowers person, cut flowers person. To me, it's dyeing flowers on my kitchen island or, you know, some table. And I'm not as keen on that as I maybe should be. So I picked up now, what color is that? I keep forgetting. That's mauve. And I'm just putting a little accents of that here at the edges of the periwinkle. If you think I know what I'm doing, you would be so wrong. I'm just dropping colors and trying to create some sort of a sky with a bit of an interest. And I want big blotch of sunlight there in the middle, so that will be the main thing. So I'm now creating those slightly darker, more muted edges. And then we'll see how we're going to go from there. I'm taking first the pale yellow again, and where I want yellow, I'm just putting that down because I can put dark yellows on top of it, but I don't want to lose. Okay, so what did you get? Okay, let me check out what people get because that's fun. Atlanta, what did you get? Got yourself a coloring books and Art Deco acrylic neon. My kitten some new wet food, and myself some more protein powder. Wow. Chris, okay, sorry about the headache. I know those are not fun, but when I saw you doing a live, I wanted to surprise you. Thank you, Chris. That's really lovely. I am surprised, and it's great that you're here. So, hi. And Emma, sounds like a good present. Okay. What else? Atlanta says, plus some Valentine's from the kids and then kombucha from my director. Wow. Emma, have you tried sumatriptan for your headaches? They're amazing, but make you drowsy. I don't even know what that is, but ibuprofen usually kind of cuts it a little bit, so, you know. Yeah, I'm putting a wider band of that yellow here. Here as well a bit. And I'm dropping in darker yellows eventually, but I'm making sure that I have plenty of lighter yellow here ready. And now I'm going to drop in, maybe put some yellow here as well, just to kind of bring it here, make one area a bit yellowish. Okay, and cutting in there a little bit now. This is canary yellow, so it's a bit more intense. Yeah, and here as well, slightly here with the canary yellow. Okay, and now this is salmon pink. I couldn't find a peach. I don't think I have peach. And it might be that Neocolors don't have peach, and I just am unaware because I haven't used them much. So I'm just putting now salmon pink down. Emma, I got told to F off by my daughter. Does that count as Valentine's? Oh, tell us more. Atlanta, you got your daughter's Hershey's Kisses. I got them. My daughter had some friends over. They celebrated today as a kind of like a friend day. So they all gathered here. There was 5 of them all together. Was it 5? Yes. Okay. My counting now. Sorry, it was 4 of them all together. The group is actually 6, but 2 of them couldn't come. It's like which one was missing and which one wasn't. Because some of them have weekend jobs and, they just couldn't all come here. But quite a few of them did. And they were, occupied one of the sitting rooms, and they were watching a movie and chattering. And then I got them, I got pizzas in today, so I wasn't cooking. So that's actually that counts as a Valentine's Day present, that, I did not have to cook. Isn't that great? A rest from cooking. I used to like cooking, but then I had kids. And when they were kind of toddlers and smaller, I still like cooking. Because, they ate most of the stuff. But then they arrived to the age when, half of the foods were declared unedible out of the blue. And, there was about, altogether, 6 or 7 meals most of the people in the household would eat. So I am still essentially cooking. It's gotten a little bit wider, but not much. So I'm still cooking essentially those, maybe 8 or 9 meals. And boy, am I sick and tired of cooking them. I just, and on top of it all, I just can't stomach them anymore. Somebody serves me spaghetti bolognese and I get green in the face because it's just been too much spaghetti bolognese over the years. Okay, sorry, I've been missing the chat. What happened, Chris? What about slow mail? I missed something. I did a secret Valentine behind the card swap for the YouTube channel. I made my card for the person and sent it to them, but I didn't get one from anyone in return. So heck with Valentine's Day. Oh, I'm sorry, Chris. But it might be that, people just didn't get the cards in time. I hope so. But if somebody didn't, or it might be that some of those people just, don't, if they're like me, I don't celebrate Valentine's Day, not because I have anything against it or, any principles. It's just not in my, I don't think of it as something that I would celebrate because I grew up without it. So I might be kind of almost similar. That, by the time I maybe got the card, it was too late to send one in time, and I would have never thought to send one because, yeah, in my head, it just doesn't. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but I don't think about it because it's like one of these holidays that you just never have celebrated. Atlanta, plus I got us some groceries, yes, and my kitten is obsessing over the bread in plastic bag, okay. Andrea, I'm happily single, so no Valentine's for me, but I've got an amazing surprise from Amazon. I treated myself with the Derwent Drawing 72 set, and when I opened, I saw the plastic tray was a bit broken. Oh no! Also, 3 pencils had issues, so I called customer service. I just wanted replacement. But the lady said, keep the pencils and I get full refund. Oh, you're going to have spare pencils. Oh, that is a good luck. Emma, oh, that's about your daughter. Nothing to tell, really. I had the audacity to ask her to pick her toys up. I don't think my kids would have survived if they had told me that, the F off. Yeah, I would not have taken that well, I can tell you that. I'm a bit, I'm easygoing enough, but to the extent. Okay, let's maybe put some orange here as well. Does it start looking like it, might be a bit skyish? Atlanta glitter, amazing present, happily divorced myself. Oh, congratulations. Anything that makes you happy is good. And Andrea, sorry, I meant to say no Valentine for me. Oh, okay. Atlanta, my kitten is my Valentine, and I got 1,000,000 hugs and kisses by Lolo Mayer to celebrate Valentine's Day with the kitten. Aww. Cora McChrist, no, this was done for a YouTube channel. They picked 20 of us to do a secret swap. So the other person knew to get theirs done because we all assigned different... Oh, Chris, yeah, that's sorry. Colin McRae's pets are the best when it comes to giving love. Yeah. Selflessly and without any conditions. Pets are great. Shen has been extra demanding today. She's having one of these days. She deserves to be spoiled. It's just, she knows it very well. Okay, so maybe a little bit, that's now Payne's Gray. I hope it's Payne's Gray. Okay. I'm putting that tiny bit into the kind of the outer corners here to slightly make it more neutral. And this is going to be a now surprise how it's actually going to look after I dissolve it all. Another clue. Because I'm just learning, essentially, Neocolors. I have them, not all of them. I don't have the full set. As might have noticed with me whining that I don't have this color with that color. I did just recently get this one, though. That one, I think I got it January. Sometimes they have those discounts on Amazon, and I got that for under 20, which is pretty decent price for it. It just opens weirdly. Why does it open to that way? It just doesn't make sense to me. But that's just my problem. I got it because I really wanted the colors in it, the new colors in it. But there's also some new colors, because I don't have all the colors. There were more than 3 new colors here for me. So I said, okay. I wanted it because of the Caput Mortuum, and there were a couple of other, really nice colors there for me that I wanted for quite a while. Okay, I'm trying to kind of put a bit darker area here. This is going to be interesting once I'm going to... Okay, and I'm going to put more white here, just to kind of make sure that this area is nice and light. Putting white on top of some other colors here as well. And maybe just dropping some of the, what is this, dark gray? Is it called dark gray? Yeah, dark gray. And they all, because I've gotten them from different sources and different times, some of them have slightly different wrappings as well. So it's kind of confusing, I know where the name should be, but it's not there. I need to kind of work this corner here a bit. Okay, that was now, what was it? A periwinkle blue. And I'm dropping in some of the mauve as well here. just a little bit. And then I'm putting some orange on top of them because that would neutralize them a bit. And also bringing orange a little bit into that yellow. And then I had that golden yellow. Was it? Yeah, golden yellow. I'm putting tiny bit of it here. Okay, this is going to be interesting now. I don't know how it's going to look like. And I'm dropping in a bit more salmon pink here. There's probably going to need to be more than one layer, but you know, I'm going to dissolve first one and see what's going to happen. Maybe I should have just done kind of grisaille first, you know, with maybe gray or a purplish without doing all the other colors. Kind of build the almost like shadows or the shapes first and then go in with colors. But hey, I'm now putting that salmon pink pretty much on top of everything. Okay, well, we'll see what it's going to look like. Out comes the water brush and the rag. And let me have a quick look at the chat. Okay, Emma, oh, I know if I had said that to my parents, I would have been launched the next week. Atlanta, I'd give my daughter the coloring book, F off, I'm coloring, but she'd never tell me F off because I'd say, really, you want to go there? Oh, Emma, oh, I got you got a pair of lovely Korean coloring books from Vinted by myself. See? Best present givers are we ourselves because we know exactly what we want. And Atlanta, which seller, Valerie? I don't have a single Korean coloring book. Oh, I'm sure we're gonna get you some. Emma, you're right, Chris. My friend's dog adores me more than my own bloody dogs. Atlanta, I really want that book, Kanika. I think they have that book on Etsy as well. If you just type in Soul Goddess Korean coloring book, I think it also gives you an Etsy link to that book. Because I you know, when I searched for it, Etsy did come up. Sorry, this is my water bottle. I need to keep myself hydrated or my head will start pounding very shortly. Chris, it's funny when that happens. I've gone over to friends' houses and the cats won't leave me alone and they bitch. The cat never comes to them. You must be kind of a restful person for them. And often cats come to people who don't pay much attention to them because they just want to be most of the time just, you know, chill and be left alone. If you come on too strong, cats won't like you. Atlanta, I also got a Crafty Manor Coloring Shifting Rocco paint set, watercolors. Okay, I don't know what that is, but it sounds really cool. Sorry, what did I say? I just, Andrea, I just saw that today, Annika, that they discontinued the limited edition. You mean these ones? Oh, that's a like I would have liked to actually get a couple of others. Now I'm working on my water brush, and I keep like I'm doing the light areas first, obviously, because I can save. The, you know, if I need to keep the brush pretty flowing. Like if I have it too dry, I'm just going to smear things around and create streaks. So I'm trying to keep it okay, you know, fairly, like not dripping, but you know, nicely wet. So yeah, actually I'm getting quite the color I wanted after mixing, you know, so many crayons together here at the corners. This is kind of the color I wanted. So I'm trying to kind of soften things. And now I'm dissolving that brighter yellow here. And just, you need to work from, you know, my experience anyway. And I'm not saying my experience is extensive, you know, but I have some with Neocolors. One of the tricks to me is, although people say, you know, we use them so we wouldn't have to put much or use much water, you still need to use good bit of water so you wouldn't just create streaks. And, you know, this is one of my things that I've kind of discovered for myself. And if you work too slowly, you will get streaks. So. Oh, and I'm being pretty gentle now here. I'm letting the water do the job instead of the brush more so. Okay, let's try to this kind of. I'm pretty sure that is now, you know, through the paper, but that doesn't really bother me much. It's a one-sided book. There is artwork sample on the other side, but it'll still be visible enough. Do you know what I mean? I'm not going to be mourning it. So here I can't now look at the chat until I have the sky dissolved, because I can't really take breaks here much. Okay. I might, you know, either do on top of it something with pencils, or maybe put additional watercolor, Neocolor on top of it. But I think, you know, there's already a bit of an interest there. What do you think? You know, it's not. Yeah, probably when it dries, it probably needs more. And here you can see, you know, it's in the areas where I put a lot of paper, it is ghosting, but when it's dry, when it dries, it won't really almost be visible then. So it should be fine. Okay, let me see. Chris, Annika, that looks so good. You don't even need to activate it. Oh, thank you. I probably will want to do over it slightly with pencils afterwards. It's more so base than anything else, because I might want to kind of saturate it a bit more and maybe play with the shapes a bit more. But yeah. Let me see. Okay, I'm missing the bits now in the chat. I'm so sorry. I'm scrolling in the chat, so because I want to know what's happening. Emma, though, if you type Korean coloring books into the search bar on Vinted, a few come up. Okay. I really want to order from Aladdin the Forest Girl and the Green Ivy series. That's Andrea, but AI just can't figure out how to order from them. There's video Shell's coloring. What's the name of the channel again? Shell. You all know Shell. Shell's coloring. Okay, she has a specific video with instructions how to order from Aladdin. And she explains the whole thing, you know, how to register, you know, which type of registration you have to take non-member, you know, order as a non-member, register as a non-member, and then order as a non-member, and, you know, how to search there, and, you know, everything. And it's, you know, after you watch that, it's going to be pretty easy to order from Aladdin. Atlanta, they are not budget friendly or frugal. Emma, I actually stole Gizmo from my friend. Okay, there's a story there. Emma, you're right, Annika. Cats see someone directly looking at them as a threat, so they'll avoid the person looking directly at them. Yeah. Okay, Atlanta Metallic Crafty Manor is a super affordable, and they were on sale on Amazon. I have 3 sets: Dun Huang, Matisse, and now Rocco. Okay, I do not know what they are. Which Amazon is that? This is my question now, the next question, because, you know, there's different Amazons around. Now I'm taking yellow ochre. And now first I'm going to finish the chat here. Emma, if you figure it out, glitter, let me know. I'm meant to be on a no-buy, so I can afford some Breyerfest models, though. Chris, I am a dog and cat person. I have 2 dogs who are my entire world. Oh, what dogs are they, Chris? Have you shown them? I don't remember. Did you show them on your channel at all? What dogs do you have? I have this vague memory that you might have, but I'm somehow... My brain has switched it somehow. I don't know. It's not braining very well. It hasn't been my week in that sense. My brain haven't not been much braining. So I'm just putting kind of for myself in the areas where I think there will be highlights. And yeah, one thing is, you know, this paper will, you know, of course, kind of get wavy and buckle a bit when you put something water-based on it. It depends how much water and how big the area is. For example, I did that sky here with blue, and I'm looking at the back, and there's like a little bit, like the tiniest bit of, you know, kind of like no curve or dent to it. But, you know, you don't even feel it much. But I'd say, you know, if you do the bigger area, when you do need to, the bigger area, the more water you need to use for it not to dry up and get the lines. So, okay, I'm putting that bit here. So there's going to be something, and this mountain probably will have highlight on the top as well. And this mountain will have highlight on the top as well. What was I saying? Yes, there will be a bit of buckling, but that has never bothered me. I know that, you know, a lot of people don't like at all, you know, any buckling in the books. Which is totally understandable, in which case, you know, what I'm doing here definitely isn't for them, because, yeah, most of the coloring book papers will buckle on you. Okay, let me finish now looking at them. Andrea, to me, the Clara Markova books are like that. I really want them, but I just can't justify their price. I don't like Clara Markova, so I'm lucky there. Yeah, I'm not saying that she's a bad artist. I'm just saying that her art doesn't work for me somehow. You know, like somebody's style just isn't yours. The same way I'm not probably ever going to be a Johanna Basford colorist. It's just not calling to me. She, you know, I respect her as an artist. I think she's done a lot for coloring community and, you know, popularizing the hobby and everything. It's just her books aren't my books. I don't think I would have gotten into adult coloring if I had only her books, kind of, you know, the first things that I saw, and, you know, I didn't, you know that there were other ones around. I probably wouldn't have gotten into the adult coloring at all. Okay, Andrea, it's a shame really that her artwork is beautiful, but that price and the shipping is just too much. I think her books might work out something like 70 euros, something like something crazy, I think. Chris says that he's been using Derwent ink and pencils a lot lately, and he loves them, but I will see them in your completed pages. That is cool. Thank you for the compliment for the sky, Chris. Because I'm, you know, pretty much jumping in here without having much of a clue what I'm doing. So, yeah, this is very typical for this channel, and especially this kind of a live. Oxyc is jumping in, feet first. Not sure what she's doing. But, you know, there's going to be some sort of a result, or at least an idea of sorts. Now, at the moment, what I'm doing here is the yellow ochre, and I'm not making the mountains snowy. I'm making them more of a kind of combination of gray and green, you know, green more coming towards her. And I want the highlights, no, I want to do the highlights, the kind of lit areas by the sunlight, the tips and, you know, the areas that the light hits. These I'm going to do with yellow ochre. And then the rest of it, I'm figuring out the colors now, because I would probably need to mix a little bit. And here, maybe this bit here. So at the moment, what you see is just highlights, because I don't want to lose them. So I'm putting them down first. That's often what I do. I either put on the darkest darks first, or I'm putting on the highlights first, like this, just establishing them. Okay, I think we are getting somewhere. Just a tiny bit here. Okay, what's happening in chat? Amazon USA crafty manner color shifting pearlescent watercolors. Okay, yeah, luckily I'm kind of fine. Well, yeah, I have plenty of watercolors at the moment. I'm trying not to buy more watercolors at the moment anyway, unless it's kind of, you know, something that is utterly new for me. But I'm good with glittery and shiny stuff at the moment. Cindy, Glitter Day to Australia, Amazon, Japan sells most of them. You can also buy them off Etsy, but it's more in shipping. Okay. They come in 24 color sets. The Crafty Manor paints, I presume. What did you say about Hannah Carson? Andrea, I'm looking, Valerie, but no luck yet. However, I finally found Hannah Carson's Spirit Animals. I have that book. I still haven't touched it. At this stage, I am feeling that I should probably kind of sell it, or, you know, because I really like it. And it's actually one of my favorite Hannah's books, but for some reason, I'm not coloring in it. I don't know what is wrong with me. Okay, I'm taking this hill down here as well, and I'm also taking this hill kind of down from here, and that should be it. Okay, and now at the back, these mountains, I need kind of warm gray. Do I have, oh, sepia. Sepia should be, so I'm doing the darker areas. I will probably need to eventually do a bit of pencil work there as well, but I'm putting soft layer of sepia down. And this bit is going to be pretty dark. And this bit here is going to be pretty dark as well. And I suspect I will need to kind of work it over to get better textures down with pencils afterwards, but at least, you know, I have some map for myself. And then it's going to be easier to work. I think this bit needs to be darker. Okay. So let's hope that this one will look okay when I actually am done with it. And here also, I'll probably, oops, I went over the line. My crayons aren't particularly sharp, let's be honest. I should probably address that somehow. Okay, so this bit, there needs to be a dark bit here as well because the sun is coming that way, and there needs to be dark, fairly sharp, dark shadow here because there's no light there. I find rocks, that's something else that I need to kind of, mountains and rocks, to do them so they would look kind of natural, and you have those kind of a sharp shadow areas. I find it tricky. So only practice will get me better. Where's my brush? Okay. Emma, Gizmo belonged to my friend James, and he was a tiny, tiny puppy, like he fit in your hand small. And I don't think James felt manly enough walking a Chihuahua. Why did he get the Chihuahua then? It looks great. Oh, thank you, Atlanta. Thank you. Emma, so I volunteered to look after Gizmo to keep my puppy company. James never asked for Gizmo back, and I never asked if he wanted him back. Okay, yeah. Fair. Emma, to be honest, no one really likes Gizmo apart from me. Aww. Gizmo actually sounded funny, and all that I've heard, that you said to me about Gizmo, I think he's quite a character. Andrea, Cindy, I'm actually Hungarian. Ooh, a fellow Fenno-Ugrian. Oh, that is so cool. There's so few nations or so few language groups. So many languages. So few languages in that group. Jeez. Okay, so now I'm doing a bit of a dissolving here. And I don't know, how it's going to go. See, doing the dark bit here. The dark needs to be pretty sharp here, so I'm not doing kind of like a softening one color into another. I'm actually trying to keep the pigment here pretty solid. Here we go. Okay. I don't think I've met many Hungarians myself. That's really, funny to think. But for some reason, there doesn't seem to. Maybe there are, but maybe I just haven't come across them. But I haven't met many in Ireland at all. There seems to be more Estonians than Hungarians. Okay, so softening that and kind of trying to dissolve and create the shape and the shadows as I go, which, as you might see, can be a bit of a challenge. Okay, that looks legit like a mountain in the background, I think. Patting myself on the back. And Emma, I colored in a psychedelic hamster in Spirit Animals. It was a body color with sapphire colors. Oh, her body colors are amazing. She is such a talent. But you do get a bit of a complex of looking at her work, and then you look at your own work and go, oh, well. It is what it is. That's all I can do. At the same time, because she is so talented, you kind of challenge yourself more in a way, you kind of really push yourself if you're working with her. She is just, I like that she's such a distinctive style to her, that you can recognize her works right away. And I also, of course, love that she does so much mixed media type of a stuff. Okay, now dissolving that light color and now creating that bit of a shadow area here. Leaving this bit. I don't know if I could get some shadow here. Leave it like this. I don't know. I might decide. And now I need to keep this side of the mountain pretty darn dark. So I'm working in very tight little circles, trying not to disturb it too much, but dissolve the pigment and leave it, you know, really dark. So I have that effect of mountain shadows. Okay, I think we're getting there. I don't think even that I need to, you know, work over them too much. Cindy, oh yeah, the psychedelic hamster. Did you post it somewhere, Emma? Because inquiring minds would like to see. Emma Gizmo is a character. He's very funny, but people don't tend to see past the yappy, snappy Chihuahua stereotypes. Oh, Shona! Hi! Hi! Hi, Axik. This page is so pretty. I love how your sky looks. Thank you. This is an experiment. I'm learning Neocolors. The problem is that I do have them, and for a while they were kind of in a weird little corner, and I never reached for them because of that. So I brought them, so I store them now kind of very close to me. And now I'm like, I will learn how to use them properly. And let's be honest, it's a bit of a challenge, but eventually, hopefully, I'll get there. Emma, don't be silly, Annika. Your work is wonderful. Oh, thank you, Emma. But I just, you know, I just find her work so creative and so artistic. Yeah. I admired her way before I even started the channel. Okay, I'm cleaning. There's a little bit of a gray that went over the line here, so I'm cleaning it off. At this stage, when it's still kind of fairly wet, I can still lift things a bit, which, you know, shows you that that paper isn't as bad as I actually thought at first that it was. Now I need to move into a bit of a muted darkish green, and in this area I kind of want to come forward here. With gradually getting slightly brighter. So maybe I should take a mix of actually it should be cooler gray, wouldn't it? So maybe I should take like oxide, yeah, the chromium oxide green. That should work. And I might mix it with a bit of a brown as well, so it wouldn't just be pure green. Hi, Yana. How are you? Happy Valentine's Day. And who, you know, I haven't wished a happy Valentine's Day yet. Wishing it again. So happy Valentine's Day to everybody. Now, and I'm trying to once again figure out what the heck am I doing here. So I'm putting a little bit of that green underneath the yellow ochre here. But the actual, you know, stronger shadows, I might still do with the sepia, and maybe kind of drop some green into the sepia so there wouldn't be a huge jump. But I'm putting some of the green like now in as well. And I might put the green eventually a little bit into these areas too, but I'm going to add a little bit of the yellow ochre here to warm up this area. Psychedelic hamster link. I looked for Valerie and Sapphire on YouTube. No luck. Okay, Valerie, Emma is not on YouTube yet. I don't think so. Sapphire Colors. I think it's double F. Sapphire Colors. It might be colors with U in it. You might want to search like that, you know, if you want to find her. Pretty sure you should be able to get her that way. So dropping in a bit of green here and there. This one is going to be more of a gray. Putting some green here. And this is kind of a very muted, well, at least I think it is, kind of a bit cooler green without being like viridian, you know, unnatural cool green. And putting some here and some here. Okay, and maybe some here, and I'm going to mix it there with the yellow ochre again to warm it up here on the top. Oh, and in the frame around, I put down a base. I want to make it look a bit like a bronze, and I want to put the background, I want to go over it with kind of a dark green. I think I'm going to use one of the colorful black Langua acrylic pens, and I'm going to kind of darken the insides of the frame and, you know, give some highlights and darker parts of the frame as well, so it would look kind of like old bronzy. I don't want it to look gold. I want it to look kind of more of a bronze, kind of worn, a bit tarnished frame. So that's why I made the frame like this. That was my plan. It's a different story how it will actually look like, but, you know, plans are worth something. So now, where is my sepia? Okay, anything happening there? Chris, Mystique is a husky. She is 9 years old. Thor is Cane Corso and is 4 years old. That is a cool pair of dogs. How are huskies? Is the kind of independence and loudness a myth that is being perpetuated on YouTube and Instagram and TikTok? Or are they really as loud as it seems? Okay, I'm going to put some green on top of here as well, so it would kind of be slightly differentiated. I need to make it like much darker. I actually will put Payne's Gray here, because otherwise it'll blend into the other mountain here. But because that one, you know, the ones in the background should have softer shadows because they're in the further distance, so you don't have very sharp shadows and dark shadows. They're kind of more blended, but I might need to put darker shadows into these ones. And here as well. I'm just going to, you know, put some Payne's Gray in some areas. You know, it's a nice dark shadow color. So I'm bringing some of the Payne's Gray here as well and here as well. So I have nice and dark shadow areas. And I'm going to go over lightly here with, actually not lightly, I'm going to actually put Payne's Gray on here as well. Basically, yeah, making it nice and dark. And then bringing in sepia for the rest of this area. And then I'm going to give it some chromium oxide green here as well. Okay, and now here at the front, I'm doing this tip of the mountain here with sepia, so that's going to be a shadow of the mountain top, and this is going to be a shadow here as well. And I will also want to bring like a couple of like ragged lines upwards, which would make it look more like mountains. and the tip of the mountain here as well, because there was like double tips here. I am creating shadow here. Okay, what's happening? Let me see. I'm chatting on my daughter's YouTube account, so all you'll find on this channel is Roblox stuff. Oh. Labrador. Thor is Cane Corso and Labrador mix. Cane Corso is such rare. Like, I don't think I've seen Cane Corso in real life. I've seen them plenty on YouTube and such, but I don't think I've actually met one in real life, and they sound really cool. Your dogs are as cool as you, Chris. Or if you don't happen to know, Chris has a really fun coloring channel, and I really like how he does his pages. He has very distinctive his own style. He likes also kind of more edgy and fun books. I find our tastes often overlap, and has a beautifully bright and strong coloring style. So if you haven't checked him out yet, you might want to. That would be great. Okay, you might have found somebody that you didn't went to where before. Okay, so I'm kind of trying to create like shadows into the mountains, and it still looks a bit like blocky here. Do you know what I mean? I need to kind of maybe add a bit of a more green here. Just, essentially I'm creating most of it with the crayons, and then I'm gonna go and just, even it out with water afterwards. So they would also move more into the background and wouldn't take over the image. And then eventually I might be deciding, if I'm going to be also adding some pencils into these or not. The ones at the back actually look all right. I don't think I need pencils there, but I might need something here. I haven't really decided. Okay, so here is a shadow of this mountain, and a bit of a shadow here too. Okay. Okay, and lines, and I'm bringing a bit of a green in this one as well. But I will also probably bring a little bit of a brighter green. Oh, I need, like, this needs to be, yeah, darker that bit. It's behind that. Emma, Gizmo still won't look at me when I have my glasses on. Chris, thank you, Valerie. They are very sweet and loving. Thor thinks he's a lapdog. Oh. Mystique isn't very loud at all, but once in a while she tells Storm and I off. That's right, you probably need to be told off, like all of us do occasionally. In dog's aid anyway. Candace, hi! Hi! Happy... Happy Valentine's Day. Soul Goddess, yep. I decided that today is the day. Power of love. It would fit so many things for this month for me that I just decided that, yeah, I'm going to work in this book. It would work the theme with mine and Maria's tag, the Japanese Korean coloring books, because it's all about power of love, and what is more power of love than literal goddess of love. And I also just want to color in this book because I don't know if you heard about my endless whine about how I lost my own copy. And then Maria got me a new one. But yeah, this is the new copy now. And I've been wanting to color in that book for ages, and I couldn't find it. And I still didn't, and I still don't know what happened to it. It's a mystery. Okay, so just trying to give different variations here. Okay. Probably need some different color of green. Okay, what greens do I have? At the moment, I only have the chromium oxide green out. What green is this? That is a phthalo. Phthalo green is not great, but I can put a little bit of it into the distant ones. It's a very cool green. And to be honest, almost shouldn't be used on its own. It's mostly a mixing green, because it's very unnatural, kind of, you know, harsh chemical green. But I'm going to, you know, as a distance green, occasionally mixed with other, you know, like here I'm putting a little bit the more distance ones, and it cools down the other greens a bit. Okay, I'm taking it out, but I need something a bit more natural, so we have dark green. Okay, I'm just taking the dark green. And I would need something. Oh, okay, I'm taking the grass green as well. And then that should be sufficient. That should give me enough to finish. Okay, this is the dark green, and that's a bit better now. Though it's also on the cooler side. Am I still, is it that? Yeah, that's dark green. It's also on the cooler side. But at least my head isn't pounding at the moment, so life is good. Okay, so I'm adding a little bit of yellow ochre here on the tips of the hills. And now we need to do this side. Mystique sounds like she's being mysterious and ladylike. Gizmo would be absolutely useless at poker. You can see what he's thinking from his facial expressions. He has a very expressive face. Storm, and yes, that's his name. Isn't that other dog? He is my partner. Just like, let's make it clear now. Storm is not a dog. He's my partner. Oh, Chris, you're priceless. You have pics of both of them on your Instagram account. Oh, that's cool. Oh, Chris, no need to brush. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Words aren't wanting. I need to drink. And no need to blush. You're totally worth it. Now, and oh, actually, I should do that hill as well, since I'm here. Might as well. Okay, so I'm going to give a little bit of extra, like creating two highlighted areas, otherwise it's going to be very flat there. And I'm going to now use the dark green, just in patches like this, and darker at the bottom here. And now I'm grabbing a bit of the chromium oxide as well, just to give it a little bit more natural vibe. This green is quite harsh. Yeah, I need to look. I'm pretty sure I'm missing some essentials in my Neocolors. But since I haven't been using them that much, you know, I haven't really been. This is grass green now, and I'm only putting grass green a little bit next to the ochre areas on this specific hill that is closest to her. The other hills, maybe, you know, just tiny drop here and there to unify the image a little bit, but not much. Okay, and I need to darken this area because that doesn't look great. I think that needs to be. Yeah, and I also need to put some sepia in there to kind of just neutralize some of the shadows a bit. And also give this impression that there's going to be rock also showing in some areas. Okay. Emma, Shen sounds like a very ladylike and queen. She's a real queen, and she knows her rights, and she demands her right. And if she wants something, you better go and do it. Karami Chris, those mountains are looking amazing. So jealous. Oh, thank you. I'm at the moment struggling with them. So thank you for validating me a little bit, because I'm not really sure what I'm doing. But hey, one can only try. So taking this is the Payne's Gray again. This is the darkest, essentially, the color I have here, like almost black, but not quite. And I'm putting that into some of the like really strong shadow areas. And here as well, there's like harsh shadow, and possibly here. Yeah. And then in the middle, I'm going to put slightly lighter colors, and I'm bringing that one down here as well. And here, maybe create a bit of a shape as well with it. Oops, I'm going into the frame where I really don't want to go. And I need pretty strong shadow. Actually, I should do that with sepia, not with Payne's Gray. And I need to make the edge with kind of really dark green. So I'm taking the dark green here. Is that dark green? Yes. Dark green. Like this. And now I'm putting some sepia here into the shadow area. Where this would be like mountain shadow. With mountains, one of the, as long as I know from the references, which sadly I don't have at the moment, but, I've been looking at mountains and trying to figure out how to do them before. And one of the main tricks is to kind of have really sharp shadows and really kind of strong highlight areas and sharp shadows. And they essentially get stronger and sharper in shadows as they come forward. The gods work in mysterious ways, I think. Candace, beautiful progress you're making, Annika. I cannot wait until you do Oshun. Oh, Oshun is in my plans. Oshun is cool. Candace, bummed I was late, was out and about all day, got waylaid by a store closing sale at the Dollar General and scored some chalk paint and a contour palette, aka cheap girl band pastels, to try for basing. I have been lately experimenting a little bit now. I haven't gotten too far yet, but I've been experimenting a little bit with pan pastels and soft pastels in general for basing, because I have quite a few books now. Especially like Michelle sent me some really lovely books, and a couple of them definitely would need to be somehow based, like mostly big double page spreads, but definitely a paper that will hate me forever and a day if I try to approach it with water. So I need to kind of come up with alternatives. And soft pastel would be one of the first things that I'm thinking of, if you need to base something. Okay, I'm going to put some brighter yellow here all together. And maybe darkening it at the bottom a little bit with the chromium. This was grass green, and this is now chromium oxide green. And I'm taking the chromium oxide green on its own to the side here and going over that sepia area as well with it. So, you know, the colors would just mix and it would look like there's greenery on the dark side as well. So I basically give a green tinge to the shadows. And here, and I'm making here a stripe of brighter green here as well. And I would need more of a yellow green than this green. Like, I don't really like what I'm doing. Moss green, no. What is this? Brilliant, bright green, no. Maybe that one would work, the light olive would look better. Yeah, light olive would look better in some areas here. So I'm bringing that sometimes into the ochre. Yeah, that looks a bit better here. And here, I'm putting a little bit there, and I need to make that side quite dark. So I'm taking, once again, the sepia. And I'm using essentially sepia here to darken the greens. Which is, I know, a bit bonkers, but hey, that's what you signed up for. And chromium oxide green. I need to kind of, I need to make more distinctive kind of a shadow here. I want that to be pretty darn dark. And I actually, you know, it's kind of facing us, but it's totally facing away from the sun. So it's going to be nice and dark here. What is that? Excuse me. All makeup. Andrea, Annika, I love when you're talking about color placements and all the tips and tricks. Oh, thanks. I don't know, you know, how. I'm trying, okay? I'm figuring out things for myself. But it's basically, you know, rough color mixing, which I love to do. I tend to be all for just, you know, banging, you know, colors together, taking their heads together and saying mix. Which is, to be honest, I think that's how it should be. Okay, so I'm putting some green here as well. I put some, there was some Payne's Gray and the edges. Then I did the middle area here with sepia, and now I'm putting some chromium oxide green here, basically to tone and also give kind of a like greenish vibes. And now I'm taking that chromium oxide and I'm also creating some like green shadows, you know, here into the mountain. And I'm trying to make them a bit random, which is very hard to do. It's one of the hardest things to do, is to make things kind of random and natural looking. I don't know if you've noticed that, but I certainly have. So yeah, it's just adding a bit more here in the shadows also. Okay, I'm leaving this bit here. And, you know, of course, all it's going to slightly shift anyway. Once I'm going to put all the, you know, water here. And now I'm at the bottom of this hill. I'm going to put sepia. Just do a nice dark area. And over the sepia, I am going to go with chromium oxide green, because that's more of a kind of a more neutral, more muted green. And I'm also bringing it a little bit on top of that yellow ochre, because here the sun isn't hitting it as sharply as it did there at the top. So maybe the highlights, the yellow highlights, shouldn't be as yellow anymore in most of the places. And once again, you know, I'm talking a good talk here, but we'll see how how the eventual picture is going to look like. Okay, I'm taking now that light olive here as well a bit. I'm kind of just adding color variations. So we don't put it everywhere, we just add it here and there. Okay. And there's this area here, which I think should not be land. Maybe there's this bit here, then this one moves. What's underneath here? I think this one should all be here. But there's like a gap here. Should there be a green behind there? Or is it still her stole? The furry thingy-malingy on her shoulders? Okay, let's grab a pencil. Do I have a pencil? Yes, I do. Okay, so this is where the fur is, but it shouldn't really finish there, should it? Because there should be a bit more of a fur here. Maybe just a little bit like this. And the hair, maybe I should bring it a little bit more downwards, like this. So there should be a really dark area in between these two. So I'm going to put down the sepia here very gently. And I'm going to mix some greens into it and creating this kind of a neutral background there, because trying to depict some hills or something there would be a bit mad. At least, you know, I don't think I'd be able to do that. So I'm going to... No, that's the phthalo. I don't want the phthalo. What's the dark green? So dark green. Mixing that in a bit with sepia. Here and there. And I'm also mixing in some of the chromium oxide. Chromium oxide and a little bit of the light olive. Just to give a bit of a color variation. Now, this is going to be an epic moment now to try to dissolve all that. We'll see what's going to come from it. I think this corner here is bad. I need to fix it somehow. Maybe I'm going to put a little darker chromium oxide here, so this hill would kind of come a bit more forward, and a little bit of yellow ochre on top. Still doesn't really... It should be fine. Maybe grab a little bit more of Payne's Grey and accentuate that hill a bit better. Side of it. Okay, now brush time. Now I'm looking now at the chat as well, because I wasn't really paying much attention. What's happening? Oh, polychromos are coming out with 20 new colors apparently. Yeah, I saw that in several places now. I think was it Claire who was mostly spreading the news, and that is really good. I saw some light colors there, which polychromos badly needs. Candace, Annika, I put a comment on one of your City Among the Stars pages on Instagram. You mentioned you did the background in chalk ink. Is it the same as paint, or is it the pens you use for menus, etc.? I can't... Was it definitely me? I don't remember that. If I did the background with it, most likely it was just diluted. No, it was, if I said ink, then it was definitely pens, okay? Like, yeah, the ones you do with menus or whatever. But a chalk paint, I have, I show you. Here is the chalk paint. I got two tubes. One is gray, one is this kind of greenish bluish, really pastel-y color. They all tend to be slightly pastel-y because they all mostly contain quite a bit of white, being chalk. And I use them usually, they're quite opaque as well, so I use them either for kind of flat background because they're really easy to put down, and often I don't have to do 2 layers, or I dilute it to quite liquid consistency and cover the whole page with it, and that usually works out pretty nicely for me. Okay, so see, I'm bringing the flowers forward a bit. All of us, we probably can agree, all of us want the new Polychromos colors. I will be queuing up. Emma, I used my Faber-Castell Black Edition because Annika kept going on about them, and they really are lovely. Yes, yes, I feel validated. No, they are silky. It's beautiful pencils, really nice, opaque. Yeah, especially on top of markers or watercolors. Gosh, they're just so lovely. And oh, I just got some Posca pencils and I love. Oh, Chris, you said you got some Posca pencils and you love them. You had no idea they made them. Glad I found. Yeah, I've been wanting them for a while, but now that I know, and I meant to get I even had it kind of almost in my basket situation, but then I found out that they now have a 48 set, which is very hard to find, especially it seems to be here in Europe. Like, it doesn't seem to be available anywhere. And now I really want the 48 set. So there we go. Andrea, same here. I can't wait to get them. Oh, Polychromos. Yeah, there will be a new light purple, which will be great because I don't use my light purple anymore since it discontinued a long time ago. So it's like a treasure. Everybody says Posca pencils are amazing, and this is getting now to the stage that I just am itching to get them. But I want the 48. I don't want to get 36 and then, I'm going to end up getting the 48 set as well because I want those 12 pencils. And I don't think I can buy them anywhere open stock. Not on Amazon UK, they're not. The new polys are around September. Okay. You said background in chalk, ink, and acrylic paint. Then, do you remember what page it was? What was on the page, Candace? Because I can't remember now which one it was. City Among the Stars. Okay, let me bring the book. City Among the Stars. Oh, I know what we're talking about. Wait a second. I don't have them anymore. Sorry, I walked away from the camera for a moment because I was looking for my chalk inks. I think they eventually dried up for me, but basically they were about that shape, kind of like eye-shaped little ink pads, and it was literally ink pads. And it was chalk ink, and I spread them with the brush like you would, like makeup brush, like you would spread the regular inks, like you would distress inks or whatever. Let me see. I think it might have been that one. Possibly. Is that the one? I think it must have been that one. I don't have too many pages in this book, although I like this book a lot. I would actually like to go and do something really kind of in a simple way here. Not to overcomplicate it for myself, because I tend to overcomplicate Hannah's pages hugely. Like, I go all in. So yeah, I think, you know, they were just ink pads. This is what I'm showing you at the moment is Memento inks, the dye inks, but they were literally chalk inks. And they're slightly more opaque. You know, it's a different feel to them. And I like them a lot, but yeah, they were very small pads, and eventually they got all banged up and most dry, and there was no way to fill them, so they went into the circular file eventually. Not because they were bad, but because they were just, you know, too old. Woomer pencils next. Black editions work beautifully on Rita Berman paper. Black editions are the best pencils, funnily enough, on Korean paper. Like, I really like black editions on Korean paper. Like the books like Green Ivy and Apple books and the Desert Fox Sogumi or Desert Fox Salt books. Those pencils somehow really sing on the Korean paper. I don't know what the secret is, but they just, you know, I have not found other pencil I've been as happy with on the Korean paper as my black edition. And I have, trust me, I haven't tried all my pencils, but, you know, from the ones I've tried, they've been my happy place on those books. So I'm trying now to do first the light sides of the mountains, not going into the shadows yet, trying to keep the highlights alive. But I'm also, of course, you know, because even on the light side there's going to be dark shadows, I need to do these as well. And I'm now learning essentially, you know, how to work with Neocolors and how to dissolve them. And I think I've already gotten a little bit better than I was in the beginning, where it just became an awful blotchy mess. But, you know, you experiment and you grow. No other way. Andrea, Valerie, I wish you didn't say that. I just said it today that no more pencils for now, but I love Rita's books and black editions on my wish list. So you're tempting me. Okay, Andrea, I'm giving you an incentive. Apparently, they are updating the consistency of some of the black edition pencils, especially some of the brighter ones. They are somehow bettering them, you know, manufacturing. So they should be coming out. I presume they're already out in some countries, possibly, but they should be coming out with kind of like a new improved version. So maybe wait until that's available. I gave up. I got myself a spare set because I had some pencils that were just running super low. And they, of course, were the pencils that, you know, I had from the old times. A set of a 50 set as well, but most of the pencils that were getting low were not in that set. Of course they went. And Amazon had a sale on that set, and it was like something like 30 euros for the 100 set, which is quite good for them. And I got myself a spare set, which I, you know, once basically I have it for when my pencils are running out. Chris is on the bathroom break. Okay. Yeah, but they were like 30 euros or less when I got them on Amazon. There was just a couple of days they were on that price. And this is my new set. I haven't even opened it, you know, because I don't need it at the moment. I still, you know, some of them are getting very short, and I was getting a bit paranoid because, you know, I use them a lot. Somehow they have become one of my favorite pencils, although, you know, they are pure budget. And I would love to if they would bring out some extra colors as well, but, you know, that probably won't happen, but would be nice. Okay, how is my water level? I'm going to top up my water here in the brush. with my wonderful high-tech situation. Oh yeah, that one needs the needle nose one. Those are the Kuretake ones that have this little valve thing that you either need to have bottle like this to fill them, which goes into that hole in the valve, or you need to go to some sort of water container, stick it in there, squash it, and then release it, and it kind of sucks in the water. So, oh yeah, they're Kuretake ones. Some Kuretake ones are like that, some of them are not, but yeah, these ones happen to be like this. So I'm just refilling it a little bit because the life is easier if it's nice and full. Okay. So screwing it back together. I like Kuretake brushes a lot though. You know, they all have their own quirks and good bits and bad bits, but Kuretake brushes are awesome. Okay, so working here on the mountains. I'm so sorry you've been pretty much watching me to do the mountains for ages. But, you know, I want to, like, I don't want to do huge amounts of pencil work afterwards. I prefer to get it mostly done in the background, you know, get the background mostly sorted. No. That would be nice. I might do her skin base just with one alcohol marker. And then, you know, work on top of it pencils, because usually with the skin, especially in a book like this, which isn't, you know, it will take some water, but it is definitely not a book where you would go into town with water. So I will try to just put, you know, one layer base down. And I think I will use a Pro marker for a skin base, because to me the Pro marker skin bases are much nicer than the Ohuhu ones. Although don't get me wrong, okay, I like my Ohuhu markers and they are good, and the skin tones are also okay, but I just have to say that Pro marker inks are, to me, although I've heard that from several people, that they're just the nicest inks around, you know, the colors and the consistency and the way they blend. Although I wouldn't be blending here, but still, like, they're just fantastic inks. So good. Okay, and I'm creating a bit of a shadow here with it. Just the textures of the mountain. So as you can see now, I'm just dissolving the lighter areas, and then if in between or something they have something darker, I'm dissolving that and then softening it to the sides and leaving the really dark areas at the moment, you know, really like heavy shadows. I'm leaving these untouched. I'm doing these the last. And this is a light area here. And there's in between is a slightly darker area, so I'm kind of working that. And if it doesn't immediately blend, then just gonna dab the darker paint slightly into the light paint. I don't know if you need to be a bit closer. Like if I take you, for example, like this here, probably would be better for you. Sorry, I did not do that earlier. I think it was mostly like, I have flowers, so you see, flowers, I can put them here as well. Happy Valentine's Day. Oh. I brought flowers. I felt so prepared. And you gotta appreciate it, because, as I said, I rarely do flowers. Okay, I'm doing this lighter area here as well. Oops, come away from here. Yeah, went a bit into the frame. I don't want it there. Okay, and now taking the darker area and making my brush a little bit wetter. Okay. Now running quite gently the edge of her hair because I don't really want much green in her hair, surprisingly enough. And just on that hill could be better, but I've seen worse, I guess. Yeah, it's getting a bit better now. Okay, and now we're doing the shadows, and I'm starting them from the left-hand side again. Okay, looking at the chat. Candace, I have Black Edition Neon Pastel set, and I will try them in Momo Girl's book. Okay, Candace, Neon and Pastel set is the worst of Black Edition pencils, somehow surprisingly, especially neons. Somehow neon pencils in that set aren't that great, so don't please judge that set based on these pencils alone. They can be a bit of a challenge. The pastels are okay, especially if you put them onto kind of like a darker background. Okay, so I'm making a mess. Did anyone see that Cuba was using one of the Faber-Castell factories as a prison? No? Where do you find that stuff, Emma? Wow. Andrea, thanks, Annika. I think I will wait for the new edition then. Yes. See? Always a good idea. And Candace, I don't think I'll be getting them anytime soon. My cat is possibly pregnant, so I need to get her to the vet to confirm it and then work out what to do. The wee hussy snuck out. Oh, that is a pain. Candace, I just got that Kuretake brush yesterday and actually had to translate and read the directions. Hi, Chris. Great to have you back. Andrea, CSN can have you managed the page in Momogirl with the AD last week? I remember they were not blending. Oh, sorry, that's not for me. Sorry. And yeah, it's not a good news if the kitty is preggers. Well, not because of anything else, but because it's very hard to find homes for the new kitties. How old is she? Can she be neutered after, or spayed, sorry, after, even if she is pregnant, you know, if she has the litter, can she be fixed? So, similar incidents won't take you and your bank account by surprise again. We had kind of, when we got Shen, then usually here, you know, when you get a dog from the rescue organization, they won't even give you the dog unless they have spayed or, you know, fixed them before they pass them on, which totally understand and approve of. But somehow she had gotten through the cracks because she had had puppies. And, you know, by that time, you know, by the time it was okay to kind of do the operation, pretty much, you know, she essentially found a home. So I was like, okay, you know, I had dogs before, they kind of trusted me. We'd had, you know, kind of long letters and everything between us for a while. So they said, okay, you know, you can have the operation, you know, now, essentially, now it's okay to have it. And I had called the vet, I had made an appointment, and then she started bleeding. So I was stuck with her wearing diapers. Sorry, not nappies. I would call them nappies. Nappies for several weeks before I was able to get her sorted. But now she is. Now there's no danger to her or to us or to her future puppies. Because it's not easy to find, good homes. Like, I wouldn't want to just hand them to, I don't know, go to market and sell them to anybody, I would want to make sure that they go to really good homes, and that is not an easy thing to do. People who would be guaranteed to treat them like family members and, like they wouldn't have the attitude that, they are a lot of work, we don't actually want them, and just get rid of them. That happens more than I want to think about. Okay, so sorry, I got onto my hobby horse again. I tried polys on top first, but the dry Albrecht Dures worked best. Okay. Emma, she's looking very self-satisfied and smart. Meanwhile, I'm terrified for her. I just keep thinking all the things that can go wrong. Exactly. And all the unwanted kittens in the world already. Exactly. That is, yeah. And it, as I said, it's not easy to find homes. That picture is looking like a cover of a fantasy novel. Aww. That is the highest compliment. I really like that sort of a kind of a slightly kitsch fantasy art. Very much my jam. So if I manage to do something in these lines, I'm happy out. So I'm trying to do what people usually say, that, you shouldn't even attempt to pretty much put them down in one layer, that I don't have to do 15 layers of them. Just do the background and be done with it. So, and I'm sure now that, if you wanted to repeat it, there's no terrible art to it. Just build them up enough and then work from light to dark gently with a brush that is not too dry, because people keep telling me don't have your brush too wet, and then a lot of people just go, okay, it needs to be almost dry, and no, it does need to have a good bit of water on it. Andrea, that's a naughty kitty, Valerie. I wish I could have a kitten, but I can't where I live. Yeah, that's the thing, sometimes you just can't. Candace, leave it to me to buy the worst set of Black Edition. Yeah, it's like they're still okay. And the pastels definitely, will work, especially on top of darker paper, or darker backgrounds. You want to put let's say I like to work a lot like this, that let me show you an example, that, I put fairly dark alcohol marker down, and then I put highlights in on top of it with the lighter pencil, and Black Edition is really good on top of alcohol markers. So I used that for that style lot. I wish I had actually used them here. I used polychromos here because I was doing essentially coloring process, and a lot of people wouldn't have Black Editions. So I used polychromos, and I think I would have gotten better result here with Black Edition, because they're more opaque. But yeah. But in that sense, that's sort of a darkness, if you put on top of it light Black Edition, you can just create highlights super easily. and you essentially just put down kind of a mid-tone or fairly dark mid-tone, and you put in dark shadows with dark pencil and kind of a lighter highlights with a light pencil, and it just goes super easily and pretty fast, you know, relatively, for pencil work anyway. Now, oh, hi, a curious-minded seeker. I did not see you. Oh, M, I didn't see you here. Oh, I did not realize that you were here. I'm so sorry. I somehow missed you. Happy Valentine's Day. I apologize. I'm too distracted by the page. Oh, I almost missed that bit here. Okay, let's dissolve you as well. I thought I was done with greens, but no. Okay. So here I'm kind of creating this bit of a fur. Kind of the piece of a stole that is kind of carrying to that area as well. It kind of doesn't feel like it's ending in a right place. Maybe it's just me. Possibly is, most likely is, but hey, I did it already. Okay. All right, and then I'm going to pull, you know, it's fairly dark green, and I'm going to pull the fluffy edges with the pencil onto the dark. Now, I think the background is done. What do you think, people? I don't think, I might do something eventually on top of that sky, but I might not. I might just leave it as is. I haven't really decided yet. I might even it out a bit. It does have a couple of a bit suspect bits. Let me see you, so show you closer. You can see it's kind of slightly blotchy in some areas. But here in this shot, you can also see the background, you know, very close. So, you know, I made the ones at the back fairly soft. And, you know, shadows wise, not very dark. And then as I came closer, I made the shadows very dark. And I should actually, you know, ideally there should be more kind of a like texture in the mountains here. But I don't know if I will be bothered, you know, with the background, putting much more in, you know, maybe with a pencil tiny bit, but I don't want to overwork it, you know. So. New polys between March and September. That's a big gap of time. She's 4. She can be fixed now, meaning the kittens will be aborted too, and the thought of that makes me sick. It depends, you know, how far along she is, but to be honest, I don't know which would be crueler. March to September. Candace, I'm in the blotchy mess phase of several mediums, probably because I have medium ADD and I haven't been focused on improving one in particular. Yeah, I know. I'm also. Oh, I made a horrible blotchy mess out of the. Remember, I started the page last week, the Mr. Graphic one. Okay, did I take out? No, wrong book. Oh, here it is. And I kind of wanted to, you know, work it a little bit more. And I changed my mind with several things. So now it's in this stage. I showed it in my last video as well. I want to darken it here further. I just, you know, this is the ugly phase now, okay? This is what my pages look like in the ugly phase when I keep working them and changing my mind, you know, what I want them to be. here I just put the darkest shadows onto here in some areas, so I wouldn't have to work very hard with pencils on the skin. You know, don't pay attention how the skin looks. That will be all different. But I also want to darken this area here in the background because I changed my mind how the glow is going to be. So yeah, doesn't it look scary? It does. But you know, this is what happened. You know, I knew that this was one of those pages that I will keep changing my mind 15 times. Okay, so let me get those Neos out of the way, because if I leave them here, they're going to be falling soon onto the floor, and I would like to avoid that if I in any way can. So I have those drawers in front of me. It's super easy to put them away. Here we go, and this one, and this one, and this one, and this one. Yeah, they're good material. I just, you know, should really work them more to actually be more proficient with them. But I think, you know, things can be done, and probably a good way to put down fairly kind of precise backgrounds like this one. Okay, Payne's Grey, putting these ones away, putting my white crayon away, and now let's figure out the face and base for them. I possibly should have put them down for the stole as well, because I want the stole to have kind of like a bit of a color variations or something. Okay, I'm doing this kind of the fur thing first. Very rough base for it. So I'm just taking maybe English red, and I have 2 English reds for some reason. Okay, mysteries never end. And cinnamon, and maybe a bit of yellow ochre. Okay. Now I'm looking at the chat a little bit. Hi Annika, I snuck in when you were away from your desk. Happy day to you too. It definitely looks like the cover of David Eddings' book. That is good. We waited a year to get Mystique spayed because they need to go into heat twice, the vet said. Yeah, that's what they say. That gives their hips to grow properly. So she had to wear the little pads also. Well, Shen was, by the time we got her, she was like 4 years old. Well, that was a guess, kind of, you know, they thought she was about that old. And she had had a litter, at least one, because when they found her, she did have puppies already. And, you know, she found the home when basically her puppies had found homes. But, you know, you need to wait a little bit after they give birth and, you know, the puppies are weaned before you go and fix them. Atlanta dropped out your phone call. Oh, that is that. Don't you worry about. Oops, after thanks for streaming, Annika, and chatting. Yay, Atlanta. Have a good one. All that work with the Neocolors was definitely worth it. Thank you. I think it has that slightly, you know, kind of a distance fog feel as well. You know, the water mediums, I think, give that better. If I did that with pencils, it would be kind of much brighter and stronger in your face and kind of almost overpower, you know, can overpower the frontal images. Whereas the water media kind of pushes things back a bit, you know, it's a bit more softer and blended, and plus, you know, there's natural textures. You know, I don't have to work that hard with pencils, you know, to put textures in, because just diluting, you know, things and moving things with water, you get slight natural textures. Oh, Emma, the woman is definitely having an ugly face, but the trees look good. Yes. Chris, it was paid to wait, Valerie, but it was worth it for her health and development. Yes, absolutely. Hala is possibly 5 weeks along, Katsa Prego for 9 weeks, so possibly too late, I think. Okay, yeah, then you might be too late to do anything about it. If it's very early, you know, they can pretty much get it sorted pretty fast. Okay, so now I'm going to just, you know, this is the wonderful water brush. So I'm just going to brush in very gently, like a bit of a textures and little strokes of fur. And I'm starting with yellow ochre. Oops, that went a little bit too. I'm trying to leave some almost white areas as well. And I'm not too worried if it's not, you know, super neat at the moment, because I'm going to use 3 different colors to just put in. And this is basically so I wouldn't have to work it meticulously all with pencils or whatnot, so I have already a bit of a texture there. Oops, don't go into the hand, please. Okay, and here, coming out from there as well. So well, I don't know if it's right or wrong, but when I'm taking the color from the Neocolor like this, I'm taking it from the back end. I find it kind of comes easier from the... Some of you actually tell me to do that. It might have been one of you that told me to take it from the back. And I just might not remember. I have this vague memory that somebody said that, you know, they do it. So I'm just, you know, kind of, like, I'm getting you a bit closer. You can see that what I'm doing here is in no way tidy or neat or super organized. I'm just putting a bit of a texture in pretty roughly. And then afterwards, you know, after everything is dry and, you know, the skin is starting to get there as well, I put some, you know, extra color in with pencils as well. At the moment, I'm just creating a bit of a tone, but I'm putting that tone down with a texture, so it would make my life easier. So, and I might do the fur, the stole actually. I don't know if it's called stole, you know, something, it looks like a kind of a bowler or type of a thing, but I think it's called fur stole, isn't it? Am I pronouncing it correctly, or am I making a fool of myself? Huh? You better be honest. No. That's a great tip, taking it from the back. I'm trying that soon. It just makes sense to me. You know? I'm moving like this most of the time. Now, when I'm working at the frontal image, I'm not that meticulous anymore, because, you know, it has, you know, technically I should do kind of skin next, and then, you know, because hair is on top of it, I do hair next. But because hair is on top of the stole, then stole should be done before the hair, and so on. This would be the logical one. I do mostly follow the logic, but sometimes I kind of just, you know, go by medium. Here, I just want to get all the watercolor parts, or, you know, Neocolor parts down. So I am putting them down here, and I'm, you know, getting... And then the next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to put the base on the skin, and then I'm pulling out pencils and doing the skin, because, you know, because it's going to be alcohol marker on the skin, and I think the hair is going to be eventually alcohol marker as well, most of it anyway. Because of that, I can start working on it essentially, you know, right away. So at first in my head, you know, when I first look at the image, I saw something fairly cool, and then I realized, you know, the tone was very cool, but then I realized I was very, very influenced by the sample image there next to the language isn't languaging next to the coloring page, which was very good, nothing wrong with it. It's just, you know, I was not in the mood to copy that image. I essentially just want to do something more of a, make it my own a bit. So we'll do something a bit different, you know, not exactly what was there. It's just kind of creating random strokes and texture and trying to establish which direction the hair is moving a bit, although it can be a bit tricky if the item is kind of curving like this a bit as well, and there's possibly folds in it, so it's not that easy to get everything right, but hey, we're trying. Okay, so pulling these ones up, and this is going to be pretty fluffy, so the hairs in it, you know, the pencil strokes can be pretty loose and long. And once again, this is not going to be final. This is just going to be, I will go with pencils on top as well to kind of tighten up things a bit. But at the moment, I'm just going to create a messy base. And this brush is really good for it, because those Kuretake brushes, they really have nice bounce and, you know, sharp. Now this is fairly new. You can see how beautifully sharp point they have. And in a work like this, that's really nice. You know, if you are trying to do a bit of a hair or something, having that sharp tip, nice point on the brush, super handy. So I want there to be kind of like almost like stripy areas or different color areas on that fur. Okay, so let's see what's happening here in the chat. That sounds so wrong, out of context. Take it from the back. Okay. Chris, I think it was Jackie from Spare Room Studio to take, that said to take the collar from the back. Yeah. I've pretty much always done it. This is my preferred way of, like, I almost always do the, actually Jackie doesn't do backgrounds often first. I tend to establish the environment first and then make the objects match the environment, as opposed to the other way, which kind of, you know, it is kind of illogical, but hey, you know, that's how I like to work. I think I blushed when I read that back to myself. It's okay. We're fine here. We're all grown-ups. Emma, I've been coloring for an hour. I've colored one flower. Well, better than nothing. Did I mention it's a color by numbers? Well, that makes it a bit more interesting. Okay, so now this color is, that was the English red, was it? Yeah, English red. So, okay, that is not activated. Come on, give me some pigment. Yeah, well, that's better. I thought it would be stronger, that color. It looks like, oh yeah, now we're getting somewhere. So I'm putting some of that color here and there. Not everywhere, but in some areas. I kind of want some color variations here. Here I want kind of like a darker area behind her hair. And I don't know if I should even bother, you know, to kind of get it into very multicolored and layered, because as I said, I probably won't escape pretty extensive, not extensive, but you know, some pencil work on that stole anyway. And it probably will go in a way faster if I do that with pencil. Often, surprisingly enough, fluffy stuff like this actually goes faster for me with pencils than it does with watercolors. I'm just putting some kind of like color, establishing some color areas essentially. And then I try to follow them as I do it with pencils. And I want it pretty dark here. And here. And here, just taking, softening the areas a bit. Yeah, I might not go even with the darker one in, because I feel that if I'm doing too many layers now, even with that little stroke method, I'm feeling the paper getting a bit annoyed with me, and I would need to go, you know, many layers to get that to look as I want. So I might just leave it kind of alone. I'll put a little bit of that English red in some areas, because I already started now, so I won't leave it, you know, totally undone, but I won't be doing much layering as I initially planned. Yeah, I can play that afterwards with pencils, and drawing pencils here would be perfect to kind of give me nice results, and they have plenty of colors for it as well. So I'm just going to, you know, drop some color here. Just to give myself a bit of a hint where I want the colors. I want some of that red here too. Okay. And here, this one will be, I want pretty dark here, but yeah, I'd do that later. I'm just kind of dropping some little bit of a texture in, but not much. I lost it when Annika said she'd always taken it from the back. Now we're going to go on about that forever, won't we? Right now it looks like someone threw paint on a fur coat. Yeah, that's how it looks at the beginning. This is just the base. The splotchy mess stage, Chris, the splotchy mess stage. But this mess will make it a little bit easier and faster for me to actually put down my brush was getting a bit dry. It would make it a little bit faster for me to put down the fur texture with pencils. So just putting a little bit of color around here, because I want that specific area to be a bit darker, so I need to work less with pencils afterwards. everything around the hands I actually want pretty dark. Oops. Oops! I smeared it into the hand here. It's fine. I went a bit too enthusiastic there. Just putting a bit of a color down here, what I want it to be. Oh, and this one won't be getting done today because this one needs a good drying, and then I can go on top of it with pencils. But it's going to look much nicer than it does at the moment, I can promise you that. The ugly face. Once again, you know, we need to trust the process. And I'm putting slightly darker underneath her hand here as well, just so I would have to work less with pencils to kind of create shadows there. This is more so for my convenience, just to make my life a bit easier once I start doing it. And it's, you know, not supposed to look as fur here at all. I could, you know, presumably I could sit here for ages and create with tiny brush strokes fur, but I just find that, yeah, fur actually is easier and faster to do with pencils. At least for me, you know, this is once again, you know, a matter of skill and experience, and I find that pencils are easier. I'm just putting around the hand a bit of a darkness because I want the hand to stand out a bit. No. And I'm leaving that essentially to be now. I'm not going to do anything else. This is just a base and I'm leaving it there. Okay, and now I need to do the base for the skin, and I'm not sure if I'm going to do a base for the hair. I might do the hair possibly eventually with markers, with some basic shading as well, but I definitely need hair. So what camera am I on? Okay, this is my, I have two drawers in my kind of a little drawer set, blue drawer set, with kind of random markers. I can call them my drawers of random markers. And my pro markers, the ones I still have and still work, are still here. This is the warm drawer. I have cools drawer and warms drawer. And okay, the swatch chart must be in the cools drawer. Okay, or it has got walkies all together. I used to have a bit of a swatch chart for the pro markers, but I can't find it. So, what color? Either ivory, or possibly, let me see, or soft peach. I'm going to test them on a piece of paper then. This one is a nice skin shadow. That's tan. Coral is a nice skin shadow. I actually have some nice skin tones here. Satin is also a good skin color. Yeah, I'm going to kind of test them quickly. And this is pastel pink, which I'm going to take out just in case. Yeah, this should be... One of these three should work for me, but I need to now decide which one of those three. So I need a piece of paper. You'd think that I would have paper here. and I'm constantly struggling to find some. Okay, there we are. Piece of paper, yay. She got attacked by PTA, Chris. No goddess wears fake fur. Got the, oh, Candace, you got the Lydia Fenwick Oceans to Stars book, and wowzers, is beautiful. Does anyone follow her tip on removing the page and taping it to hard surface to watercolor? No, I don't do that. I prefer to keep them in the book. If it happens to me, it has happened to me. It happened to me with a color, no, Creative Haven. Page. Things are falling. I have too many things piled next to me. It happened to me with the page from a Creative Haven that I just had too much water on it and it came apart from the page. So I did tape it then onto the board like this. But I do plan, you know, once I eventually hopefully finish it, which I don't know when that's going to happen. Once I finish it, I plan to tape it back into the book, because I don't really like it out of the book. Okay, so let's see, what color are we going to do? So this is the ivory, which, you know, the body of the marker looks fairly yellow, but the actual ivory is a really beautiful, very subtle, very light skin base. It gives gorgeous skin. Then there's satin, which is slightly more beigey, more neutral, also gives lovely base for the skin. And there's also soft peach, and that one now is a bit more kind of pinky and peachy, and more of a, yeah, I forgot, this is more of a cheek color. So I think between these two I actually will go for the ivory this time, because I want fairly light base. Valerie, Candace, it's an absolutely stunning book. I'm no good at taking pages out of books, so I wouldn't risk it, but it does sound like a good idea. It's perforated, Candace, it's perforated, at least the one I got from Target snuck to my cart when buying household supplies, along with Maria Cholle's Universe. I am thinking about maybe getting Universe, but I'm not sure, because I have so many Maria Cholle's books, and, you know, there's only so many you can color. Candace, I swear I don't normally shop there, but there are a few essentials I can't get elsewhere. Target? I don't remember. I know that I've been to Target at least once. I do have a paper. So now I'm putting, and the ivory essentially gives just very slight toning of the paper. Now the Pro markers, and to me, who does not have, you know, color as subtle as that, and, you know, that tone. Pro marker colors are really clean and beautiful. But the regular Pro marker has a fine tip and chisel tip. It doesn't have a brush. There is a brush version also, which I have a couple of colors of. I used to have more, but they were, you know, partly used up, partly they dried out over the years. Okay, it was a long period. But yeah. Their inks are one of the cleanest, most beautiful, best blending inks. I wish. Like a Copic marker body with Pro marker regular marker price and inks, and I would be a happy bunny. I'm now taking the smaller tip here, and I'm giving a little bit of a shape to the nose, leaving a couple of bits here white, which will eventually, you know, get color, but I'm leaving, you know, this bit here in the nose white at the time, so I wouldn't overdo it, and the wings of the nose also. And then I'm carrying that color back, and see how natural and soft that color is as a skin base. It's just I don't have that color in Ohuhu. And you can very easily blend with these tips as well. But of course, you know, if you're spoiled with brush tips, and I prefer the kind of brush tips as well, of course. If I can, I would always go for them. But I am able to also blend with either chisel tip or with the regular fine tip. Both work well. Now, probably markers. What? Chris, I am new to Copic markers. I wanted to hate them, but I love them. Copic markers are fantastic, in all the fairness. Also, beautiful inks. I like their brush the best of all the brushes I've tried. Although I have to say that Ohuhu brush isn't that far off, you know, feel-wise. But their inks are almost as good as Pro Marker inks, but not quite. I said I would love to have this hybrid marker of all the best qualities of all the markers. I just like that color. This is one of the markers that even, you know, when I work through most of my other Pro markers, because, you know, I have too much of them and I probably won't, you know, once they run out, because I use them quite often for random basing, you know, those, sometimes, I don't know, if my Instagram posts, there might be, you know, alcohol markers from my random marker drawer. I use them for basing a fair bit, you know, that variety of markers there. But, you know, not all of them I will probably rebuy again, because, you know, frankly, I have quite a lot of alcohol markers and different brands, and I don't really need, you know, to have all of them. But I will definitely keep buying, you know, certain ones. Like this ivory is definitely going to be one that I just want to have always handy. So I'm taking that smaller tip and working that color into the small areas as well. And, you know, it's super easy to do with that. And see how light and get how natural that base is. Candace, do you think the Honolulu Plus are Copic level good? I only have Pastel Ohuhu set and considered filling it with the Plus. Okay, it depends what markers you are used to. I do have some of the dirt cheap Copic Chows I found at Michael's at the time. Now, Copic Chows are exactly the same, the brush-wise, as or the Copic Sketch. The only difference between these two are that technically, you know, the chows are not supposed to be refillable. They actually are, but they do take less ink, okay? Copic kind of wants you to treat them as disposable, and they really are not. You can fill them. And the brush is exactly the same as in Copic Sketch. So I have in my Copic collection, which I haven't used for ages, I have a mix of chows, you know, for the colors that I could get chows. I got the chows for, because I could not see any point of buying sketches for them. They functioned exactly the same. So now I'm going over a little bit here and there. Just for funsies. with the same marker. Before I get to the pencils, I'm just, might as well. It won't be very visible because it'll dry, of course, much lighter than it at first looks like. That is a story with all alcohol markers. But as for your question, if the Copic markers are essentially the same as the Ohuhu Honolulu Plus. Honolulu Plus brush, I find, is pretty much on the level with the Copic brush. The inks will never be as good as Copic inks, but they are not bad. They are decent inks. And if you're used to working with like rubber tip, the more expensive tip markers, then you already know what to expect. They are going to feel kind of drier when you put them down. You blend with them in a different way. Like if you're used to the Ohuhu regular Honolulu marker, brush marker, the heavy flow, no brush marker, rubber tip brush marker is going to be having the same sort of a flow. And you need to have a bit of a dip here as well. I'm quite far away from you again. Oh, hi, Brittany! I did not see you coming in. Hello, everyone. I'm going to have to talk to a customer service manager tomorrow because I got an email saying I had an excused absence, even though the local publics didn't schedule me to work today. Yes, you certainly do. Emma, I love my pro markers. Yep, pro markers are great. Brittany, Copic Chow also has less colors. Yeah, it does. That's what I was saying, that I got the colors that I could get in Copic Chow, and then I filled out the rest of the colors essentially with Copic Sketch. And you can see how well Pro Marker layers, how softly and effortlessly, and how bleeding natural this color looks. It's a really nice color. And I'm just doing it now here at the moment to just have really convenient base for pencils and have a little bit, tiny bit of hint for myself, where I want the shadows. So I have this habit of throwing, not always, but most of the time, I will throw a little bit of a shadow down here and there. This is going to be pretty light here on the eyebrow. This part, some under the neck. And there's going to be darker area here, under her chin. And here is going to be particularly dark area, but I'm not going to go there yet. And there's going to be like a bit of a lighter area with the tendons showing a bit here. And here, so this is going to be the darkest. And this bit is going to be pretty dark as well underneath the hair and everything. So, and this bit as well. Okie doke. And here I might also give a little bit of a darkness for underneath the collarbone. Okay, and here in the cleavage, and she has quite an impressive cleavage, let me tell you, ladies. Boobage is impressive there. So I'm going to put a bit of a shadow here. And I'm going to put a bit of a shadow here. A little bit where the dress is crossing the body as well. And then I'm going to put a little shadow coming from underneath the dress like this. But this part here is going to be pretty highlighted here. Okay, and oh, I need to do the hands. I almost forgot that she has hands. Great. I need to somehow cover that bit where I put some Neocolor onto her hands, but I can do that eventually. So I'm doing all the bigger areas with the chisel. I tend to do the same thing even with Ohuhu markers. You get the most ink, best ink output, and consequently the smoothest finish, to be honest, that way. So if I can put things down with a chisel, I usually will. Especially if I'm doing, big flat area like this. I only pull the smaller tip out when I need to do, kind of a smaller areas between something or, specific, a bit more precision shadowing. The Copic chows don't yellow, no, sorry, I have never heard of Copic chows yellowing. It's the Ohuhus that are yellowing. Or maybe that's what Candace meant, that she's afraid of the yellowing, that she doesn't want to get the Copic Honolulu Plus set to top up her... So, sorry, she doesn't want to get the Honolulu Plus set because she's worried that it will start yellowing her pages. I have not heard any other Copic marker yellowing, except I've heard that Copic, sorry, not Copic, I have not heard of any other Ohuhu marker yellowing than they're black. I might be wrong now. I have never had issues with them yellowing. Not a single time, not a single time has it happened to me that my page is yellow, and I do most of that sort of work with my Ohuhus, basing and stuff, because they're very kind of handy and near to me. So I don't think it's as much of an issue, but I might be obviously wrong in it also. Okay, there's no nails on her hands. Why does she not have nails? Yeah, I need to draw them in later. That is actually kind of slightly disturbing to me, that she doesn't have nails. Oh. Well, they would look probably more natural and better if you drew them in yourself. So maybe they thought, you'd rather do that than have black lines there. Maybe. It could be the case. Okay. Okay. I'm not really doing much shadowing, much work with them. It's kind of a empty work here at the moment. Now I need some yellow, or kind of a pale yellow to put onto her jewelry. And I think this one I'm going to make like amber color, so I need some fairly warm yellow there. Okay, I'm looking what I'm missing here. Brittany, I am thinking about selling my 260 sets of my Shinhan Arts touch brush alcohol markers and my small collection of the Copic Chow with one Copic sketch that is still not dry, since I want to switch to the Olo markers that I can get the handle end for each alcohol marker half, and I believe that would be easier for me to color with as far as alcohol markers go. I don't know much about all the markers, so I can't really say much about them. Candace, I always think gloves when they don't have nails. Yeah, and it literally has no nails either, just, you know, kind of a like soft pink tips. I will draw the nails in, that's not particularly complicated. It's just kind of, I didn't notice it before, and suddenly I realized that she doesn't have nails, which is a bit disturbing. And I need nice yellow, so I'm looking at the pastel yellow possibly, and buttercup. The other ones might be too dark. Mustard is definitely too dark, although I'm gonna try it out. Yeah, pastel yellow. So pastel yellow and buttercup. Pastel yellow is one of those mystery colors that I, for some reason, have two of. And buttercup, yeah, that would be nice for the amber pendant on her neck, you know, this one as a base. But I might want to do a different, okay, I have the fine liner at the end of this one. This is the mustard, isn't it? No, that's pastel yellow. That does not feel like. No. That's not the color I want, and that's mustard. No, actually, that might be the good base for the amber pendant. And yeah, I'm going to put that into the amber pendant, because, you know, this is going to have pretty strong. And here as well. And is there any more amber anywhere on her? So I can put that one away. And then I'll take the buttercup and I'll do the rest of the gold with the buttercup. No, that's not pastel yellow. I want the buttercup. Yep. And I'm just putting that down as a base for the gold, which I presume this is all going to be gold. Okay. And the head piece as well. Okay, there's a bit I didn't do here. Emma, how does she eat herself with no nails? Good question, Emma. I haven't got a faintest clue. Okay, so they've actually put little, like in the places when the hair is going over the headpiece or whatever, the crown, whatever, they actually have little gaps in the line art to depict that there's kind of wisps of hair in front of it, which is kind of cool, but very hard to base, I have to say. So I just put that in. This is fairly fine lines, that headpiece. It's going to be tricky to color as well. I need to probably find a fairly kind of a detail pencil for it. Like going in with something like Erogeton. Okay, so that's now sorted and I can get my pencils. Whoopsie-doo! Let me see what's happening. Candace, cool, Brittany. Now that my birthday has officially passed, I am trying to be good and hold off buying for a few months. Someone will be getting a good deal. Oh, okay. I'm leave. Oh, actually, I should put something down as a color of the dress. Color of the dress. Maybe some sort of a teal. because there's going to be a fair bit of kind of a reddish brown in this stole thing, whatever you call it, I don't know. So maybe teal, yes. But what will I base it with? Because I don't have, okay, where's my Ohuhu stuff? Do I have something tealy? I might take that BG2. Let me see, what color is it going to give me? Yeah, and that's going to be really easy to bring up. Like it goes down super dark, but it's going to be very easy to give it a bit of a highlights with something like Faber-Castell Black Edition or Prismacolor or any more opaque pencil, and put some extra darkness in as well, with almost like maybe black or something really dark, indigo. And it's going to be so easy to shade, you know, I don't have to work a lot on that dress at all, but it will still look nice. Okay, and the other side. Yeah, I at some stage thought about selling my Copic collection, but I would need to first kind of evaluate, you know, how many, like mostly it's still working, but I would need to evaluate every single one, you know, if they're still working or if they're dry or how dry they are. So we'll see. Maybe, maybe not. Okie doke, and we get the pencils. Okay, let's go back to the wider cam. Hi Atlanta, wow, still here. Yeah, not for a very long now, because it's past 1 o'clock here, but for a little while, yeah. And I decided to actually take this pencil set here, which I have not used for ages, because somehow these are not my favorite pencils, and I know that they're good. I know that I've gotten usually good results with them. So I'm basically like pushing myself to kind of make up my mind about them. Will I keep them? Atlanta, hi, Annika, wow, 3 hours now, and you're in the Irish time zone, yes. Yes. I tend to go overboard, let's be honest. Okay, so pulling out burnt sienna 50%. And I don't know how far I'm going to get. Okay, I'm probably not going to be able to do the, you know, definitely not all skin, possibly not even the face. But at least I get a bit of a start here, because, you know, so this is burnt sienna 50% in Loomies. And it is nice on this paper. This paper, especially now, you know, if you just have alcohol marker down, if you haven't banged the paper surface up, you know, the surface is going to be very different on where you put water down and where you just put alcohol marker, which is basically the same as the paper always was. It's going to be quite different. And obviously, you can get, you know, very fine laydown, soft laydown on this unspoiled surface. Although, you know, I'm very fine doing stuff on the like watercolor base as well. I'm so used to working on watercolor base that I don't mind. I actually like the texture. It grabs the pencil really well. Here, this paper is like building paper, you know, you need to build. So I'm just putting, this is not the darkest shadow pencil, but it's kind of more of a, almost a mid-tone. I do like the Lumi's, the skin color choices. Their siennas are really nice. They have that nice, strong reddish undertone, and they're not overly warm, overly yellow. So yeah, I really like the siennas. Like, I like many of the colors. I'm not a huge friend of the feel of them going down, the texture, if you know what I mean. Are you discussing what time is here? So I can tell you now that it's 1:05. 3 hours in and we haven't hit the giggly night out phase. Not far, I can tell you that. So I'm putting the pretty dark, you know, kind of a strongly down in between those, whatever they are, the prongs or of this headgear thing, crown, diadem, whatever you call it, I don't know. That necklace has a name that I should know, because I'm actually quite familiar with Nordic mythology, and somehow, for some reason, I cannot say the name of this necklace. I want to say something like Brisingamen, but I'm probably wrong. And it has magical properties. And she kept losing it. It is Atlanta, it's 1 a.m., 1:07. California? Yeah, I'm the same as UK. We are living in the same time zone here. It's GMT. Which is kind of handy because, you know, that's where most of the other European time zones are kind of calculated from, the GMT. So, yeah, I'm still not a huge friend of the feel of it going down. It kind of, I don't know, sticky. That it feels that, I don't know how to explain it. But I do have to say that the colors are really nice. I'm giving that little bit of reflected light here in the cheek. I might have to try to sharpen it a bit further. So I'm building shadows here underneath the eyebrows. They need to be darkened, definitely. The moment this is more of a like mid-tone. But I want to build up the shadow areas slightly. So I need to just take the shadow like this. Yeah, and here as well. Kind of around the eye a bit. Now I tend to kind of not be able to talk as much when I concentrate on shading something like this. Canvas, the texture can be a little chalky to me, but they get better with more layers. I only have like 15 individually selected colors. Yeah, I just never really fell in love with them. Like a lot of people, I got them because so many people were absolutely raving about them, you know, how they're the best ones around, you know, they're the best laid down, absolutely, from all the pencils, you know, all the professional pencils. They're just so amazing. And I was like, okay, yeah, you know, clearly I need to have them. And I got them. And as I'm saying, they're not bad, absolutely not. You know, they're good pencils. But I never fell in love with the actual feel of the pencils. I really like the colors. They have good colors, especially kind of, you know, the skin colors, and their grays are really cool. You know, there's a lot of interesting grays that are really useful also. But boy, do I not, you know, I just don't get along with the texture. It feels like it's kind of a weird, like sticking to the paper. Like every time I work with them, I, you know, want to grab luminance, not luminance, the Derwent Light Fasts, which I just like so much better texture-wise. But, you know, they are building pencils, obviously. You know, they are not going to be great in the first layer. They do get, as you said, better. You know, the more you build them, the better they feel. But when they first go down on the paper, that feel I don't love. And they also often tend to grab the paper a bit kind of in an uneven or blotchy way. I don't know. Maybe it's just me who just, you know, I don't know how to use them, or they just don't like me. I don't know. Can Loomis. Annika said sticky, so I would listen to her before me, the one that always buys the wrong thing. No, do you know what? The feel of the pencils is so individual. This is not, you know, I'm wrong or you're wrong or you're right or whatever, you know. It's about how it feels to you in your hand while you're working with them. We can experience the same things very differently. Okay, so I'm putting a bit of a dip here and just mapping her face a bit. And at the moment I'm touching the paper with very light pressure, like almost no. Almost no pressure at all. Kind of, oh, sure would be nice to be able to expense pencils. looks, Atlanta thinks it looks brilliant. I'm actually, at the moment, I'm not happy at all how they're going down or what the shape it is, but, things will obviously develop and change. This is just kind of at the very first, the shadows. I need to make kind of like a triangular. I want to make a little shadow here underneath the nose. And a little bit of a dip here as well over the lip. And now I am going to go next to the nose a little bit here, and then the shape here. So I'm going to go into the nose and bringing it up, and into the nose and bringing it up. This all needs to be diffused and softened. And skin is a process that it just works better if you don't rush it, if you take your time and go softly at it. So now I'm moving slightly towards this bit here. And there is definitely an ugly face. Every time you do a skin, you get this moment that I've ruined it all. And I mean every single time. Atlanta, oops, confused with light fast in terms of chalkiness. Yeah, light fast feels a bit drier. I kind of agree, but I do like they go down nice and rich. And you can build them so well as well. I don't know, somehow I like the light fast texture better. This, as I once again said, is such an individual thing. And is by no means, in any sort of a rule or a word of law. Okay, I need to put a bit of a color down here. I need now slightly lighter pencil to start kind of building, because I need to bring some shadows here. So around the eyes needs to be a lot darker. Here I've just put kind of like basic shadows down. I need to put something here too. Just a little bit. I'm now doing like super light. You probably won't be able to see it. That's how light it is. I'm barely touching the paper. And I need a lighter pencil now. And then I can move on to darker pencils. Candace, I did a big background with Loomis in Ivy and the Inky Butterfly and fell in love violet and lavender pencils. Some of the other colors almost feel different. That might be the case, because these are possibly the least used pencils in my set. I haven't really used the pinks or, kind of violets much. I've mostly used them for skin. So I should possibly use them in kind of a different types of pages than just skin. I did use them. Now I remember I used them on Tomislav Tomic book. I did Griffin, and they were really nice on that paper. Okay. I need to kind of make the nose here a bit straighter and narrower at the top. At the moment, it's a bit too wide. It looks a bit weird. And here I would just need to kind of keep building. But I would also want to get something lighter, maybe this one. So that's dark flesh 5%. I'm taking that out from this. And as you might have noticed, I had not much of a plan anywhere. I'm just grabbing the pencils as I need them. This is the problem with me, making any kind of a coloring process in tutorials. I just frustrate people. Because people have asked me so many times, what are your color combinations, Like, oh, I don't have any. I'm sorry. I'm kind of slightly now just diffusing out of that burnt sienna 50%. A bit of a softening. Actually, I'm going to put the burnt sienna underneath this bit here as well. I should sharpen it. It wants a bit of a sharpen. Do I have... Okay, my good sharpener is somewhere. Wok is... Let's take that one. No, I hate that sharpener. I still hate this sharpener. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like that sharpener. I really don't. It makes this kind of a weird, short, weird. Yeah, I've actually heard good things, and I've seen people showing that as a good sharpener to get. I don't like that sharpener at all. So once again, individual tastes and opinions, and none of them is wrong per se, just different. So I'm taking that sharper point more underneath the lip here, working it gently to the sides. Like this. Okay, so Emma, I have a few, and I do know what people mean about the textures of lumis. It's quite odd. Atlanta has 4 luminants. You have 72 light fast. They are both thick. Yes, very similar barrels, except the light fast, the dipped end is kind of slanted like this, the color. So that's the easiest way to immediately tell them apart. And also, I don't like the lumis, that tiny little writing at the tip. I mean, teeny tiny. It's always been a pain. So this is now, once again, I am working with the burnt sienna 50%. I'm kind of, and now that I've sharpened it, I'm putting it a bit more tightly into some areas. Especially here between the behind the whatever that is, decoration, headpiece, diadem, tiara, whatever you want to call it. I'm putting some shadows, very tight shadows kind of underneath it, because it's sitting on the skin. It's not very far away from the skin, so the shadows are going to be pretty sharp. Okay, and now I'm working with the same burnt sienna 50%. And making these, it does layer well, you know, you can keep building up the same color for quite a bit. This paper isn't now super toothy, especially, you know, when it doesn't have any watercolor on it. It does have tooth, it's okay with pencils, but I wouldn't count on endless layers. The paper I really liked lately, that I liked working with, was the Mystic Art Mirrors. I have one book from her. The Goddesses book, which is actually, you know, on her paper. You know, once again, Goddesses, because it's one of my favorite subjects, you know, in, you know, something to color or coloring pages or art. Really like the theme. So of course I have her Goddesses book. And I really like her paper for pretty much anything. Anything I want to throw at it, from pencils to watercolors or whatever, like, it's just amazing. Okay. Okay, and I bought them for drawing, not coloring. They're way too rich for coloring for me. They demand much better paper than a coloring page. They really need tooth. Yes, I do kind of agree with you here. Even, you know, usually Korean paper is pretty good in pencil, but even here I feel that they would like more tooth. I think light fasts are a bit less demanding to paper, in my opinion, anyways. But I've heard like opposite opinion, you know, that luminance is essentially, you know, every paper, and light fasts are more demanding. So I don't know, you know, what to say about that. My experience is like totally different. So this is once again very subjective. Okay, I'm taking now again that dark flesh 5%. Emma, I have light fast too. I prefer those to Lumis. I got Lumis mostly for the darker shades. Yeah, Lumis are darker shades, but then again, light fasts have amazing darker shades. This was one of my first motivations for getting, you know, because I think I already had Lumis at the time. And when I didn't have light fasts yet, I used them a little bit more, you know, because they were a really good quality pencil with, you know, really much more bigger percentage of difficult and interesting tones that were hard to find in other sets. So I got the, you know, when the light fasts came out, I first got them because there were some really nice darks in these sets. And I think the first set that came out was, anyway, I got the 36 set. I think that was the first one that was like out, the biggest set. And I am still in love with that set, although I've heard so many scathing remarks about that set, you know, being that it doesn't really have, you know, it's not a traditional 36 pencil set. You know, there's no gradient blending kind of a pencil sequences there or anything. It's basically a selection of 36, like really, you know, with the caps at the beginning of every word, really useful pencils. Yeah, there's, you know, really a lot of interesting colors there and good colors. But it wouldn't be, you know, if that was, you know, your only pencil set, or, you know, you just had that set, you'll probably struggle, yeah. You know, if you decided, oh, I'm just going to take that, you know, I'm going to travel here and there, or I'm just going somewhere for, you know, a couple of days, I'm just going to take that 36 set. Like you know, sometimes get away with some other 36 sets, because it's not really suitable for that. Well, you can get around with everything and, you know, just color a certain way, but it's not really meant for that. I don't think so. It's meant like supplementary set. And I find that Lightfasts in general are more, you know, more than being meant to be like fully functioning full set of pencils. I think they themselves kind of have designed it as, you know, a supplement set for other sets. So there's a lot of, you know, interesting earth tones and really nice darks and very earthy greens and, you know, everything that would be Lightfast, you know, naturally. They would be very natural tones. But yeah, love that. My favorite pencils are, you know, among the really, you know, no non-budget pencils, okay, the expensive ones are, yes, definitely Lightfasts. Love them to bits. And then when the first ones came out, you know, in open stock, and, you know, they widened their selection, then I got some open stock ones, which, you know, I got my first set, which was kind of a really good for doing gold and such. You know, they have really good rich golds and yellows and earthy kind of ochres and the green golds type of a thing. And, you know, they're, yeah, I can go on about those pencils a lot. I love them. Candace, you don't frustrate us at all. I think your spontaneous vibe is a gate facet of color tube. Oh, thank you. Because I have to say, I will never probably have, you know, nice bit of a video with, you know, more color combinations with these pencils, or, you know, interesting color combinations for pinks, or interesting color combinations for, I don't know, any color. Because I just don't color that way. And, you know, for me, it's okay. That's how I like to color. There's a little bit of a defect here on the paper, which is going to become an issue. Here on the cheek, there's a tiny defect on the paper, and it's going to be getting caught in everything. And, you know, eventually it's going to be like a stain there. Just like a tiny bump of the paper. And it always happens on the face. If that sort of a defect is it's going to be on the face. When you do like really delicate blending, and then there's that. Okay, so. And a little bit of, maybe I put just very hint of the kind of a, I don't want to make the nose very button, but I want a bit more of a shape, you know, the tip of the nose here. So I put a tiny bit there. Atlanta, you really mastered skin, Annika. Oh, thank you. Brittany, I'm surprised you don't own all 100 colors of the Derwent Lightfast colored pencils. I do. I do, because then I was trolling the sales on Amazon until they were on special, and they were on good special. I haven't seen as good special afterwards, and I got myself the full color as well. Full set as well, and I am very happy with it. But funnily enough, because the full set is at the moment kind of stored on a different shelf, I'm at the moment using more the 36 set than the full set. Because that is essentially next to me in the coloring trolley, and it's almost always, on the go. I'm using it on different pages constantly. Okay, so which pencil do I have at the moment? This is the skin, the dark flesh with 5. Flesh is such a, I don't like the word flesh. I don't know why, but it's not one of my favorite words. So I need to get this darkness under the eyes a bit softer, but I also need to get it darker in some areas. But I need to kind of diffuse it here slightly, so it wouldn't be so sharp at the bottom. Do I need to get a bit closer, maybe, if that's any helpful? The face looks weird until, even if I, were anywhere close to finishing the face, until you put the lips in, it just looks weird. Atlanta, Annika, you're an artist, which is why you are comfortable with them. In my opinion, I just leveling up to polys myself. Emma, I think when colorists review pencil sets, they do forget that some coloring pencils are meant for drawing, so have different functions. Like they don't need gradients. Exactly. And if it's a good pencil, then you can do the gradients with the same pencil. If you have the skill as well, you don't need to have, in many cases, like 4 gradients of the same pencil. You will just, with the pressure and with the layers, create those gradients with the same one pencil. So that's, and this is, okay, I'm going to show you. It's just always next to me. And this is my first Lightfasts. And you can see, some of them are getting pretty tired. And yeah, if you look at them, there's no, yeah, I can see how people who are quite, new or, don't have much experience and are looking for kind of a set which would have, 3 yellows that go in nice gradient and 3 reds that go in nice gradients. And, there's nothing like that here. There's loads of different interesting earth tones, some really good and super useful greens, some of them like, really great for shading. And even the greens that aren't even that dark in the context of Lightfast set, in the set itself, they wouldn't be the darkest greens. But even these greens are wonderful for shading in, most other sets greens, because they're just so much more pigmented and, give out so much more color that you can just shade with them. Okay, so yeah, I do have to say that the Loomies, the colors themselves, those siennas are just magical. They're really nice to get those beautiful natural skin colors. Let me get you closer again, so I'm not doing it from miles away. Okay, I need to also go underneath the lip here, so I want to get a bit of a lighter area around that dip here in the nose. I'm putting now very, very light layer of that 5% dark flesh down here. And I'm going to soften this chin here with the 5% dark flesh as well. I want to kind of keep the areas pretty light here for time being. And here above the brows, I want pretty kind of a strong highlight as well. And here, so I'm not taking much of a color into these areas yet. Ideally, of course, I would have put down first a light layer of very, very light color, which would then act as a grab and kind of a blending layer for all the other pencils, but you know, I didn't, so no use crying over the spilled milk. Dustcatcher. Hi, Dustcatcher. Happy Valentine's Day. Sorry, I didn't see you coming in. Shiny gold, teeny writing and pencils is so hard to read. Sometimes it makes me just want to quit coloring. Do you know what? I kind of agree. Not to the extent possibly to quitting coloring, but it is irritating. It does make me often, okay, I went a bit hard here. It does want me to quit those pencils. Yeah, but a lot of pencils do that, sadly. There are just very few which have. I like Lightfasts don't do that. Their writing on their pencils is dark. The pencil body is all kind of a soft wood. Only the ends. This is for me kind of ideal, you know, pencil almost layout or whatever. But the pencil body is all wood. You have the dipped ends, and then you have nice, easy to read, non-shiny, dark writing on the pencil. That's just, you know, that's perfect for me. See, those pencils are perfect on so many levels for me. But, you know, I acknowledge that they are not cheap. Not cheap at all. And, you know, they are also like any artist pencils like these. Often when people get them and they don't have experience much with them, they might actually struggle. You know, there are just, you know, you need to get used to them. Sometimes if you don't have much experience, you might be better off with, you know, cheaper soft pencils. For example, although Woomer do the same sin, the bloody shiny, tiny writing thing, but Woomers are very nice pencils. They are, I wouldn't call them cheap. I would call them mid-range, but they go down really vibrant, really soft. They blend really well, and they now have a really nice color choice as well. Although in kind of a stupidly set up test, you know, kind of a sets, but you know, hopefully eventually they come up with sets that doesn't have weird repeat colors with other sets, which would be great. Oh, okay, I went here. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. I can't. I don't want to erase here, because then I would erase the whole area and that would be kind of hard to get back to what I want it to be. So I need a bit of that here. So I need to put a little bit more of this shadow here. Okay, I need to also soon get out reds and pinks to put some color onto the cheeks and onto the nose and onto the chin to give her face a bit more life, because at the moment she's kind of lifeless. It's the bit of a blush that makes the life come into the face. I'm alternating between the dark flesh 5% and burnt sienna 50%, and see how I'm, you know, as I've been building the burnt sienna 50% now, how dark it's getting. So that's, you know, what we meant by the, you don't really need heavy gradients. Sorry, I'm looking at the chat. Sorry. I'm I'm a lot behind, and now kind of a bit confused where I am. Okay, now I found that bit. You bought them for drawing, but not for coloring, Atlanta. Okay. Because any proper artist probably doesn't use gradients with drawing. It's more about tones and shades. Yes, you just build up tones, and you don't even, you know, sometimes coloring and shading with kind of a different temperatures, for example, is much more effective than, you know, putting down proper neat gradients. What else is there? What am I missing? Emma, it's hard to explain. It's like colorists expect to have the colors there to make a gradient, whereas artists would know how to make a gradient with the same shade. Yeah. Atlanta Champagne and Made Ultramarine are my most used on the top layer. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Coloring is a very different thought process. That's the thing, you know, people, you know, who are reviewing those sets, review them as, that's what I meant, that they review them as colorists. And often, the pencil sets aren't really designed, or, you know, especially like artist quality pencils like that, they're not designed with coloring books in mind. They are designed with, you know, how artists think and how artists would work with them. And artists can essentially, you know, build them up with pretty much anything. I really like some of the, what was his name again? I keep forgetting the name. My daughter is a huge fan of his art as well. It's an oil pastel artist. And, you know, he displays on Instagram a lot. And he pretty much, you know, just essentially paints with, instead of gradients of the same color, pretty much he uses different colors and their values. So, you know, he would use greens and bright blues and teals and yellows, you know, all on the face, and it just comes together. It's really, you know, totally recognizable and really cool looking art. I'm probably bad at explaining it, but it genuinely does look cool. And my daughter has been slightly practicing, you know, kind of similar way of depicting, you know, and using the color. And I think she's getting some really cool results herself. I don't know if I can show you anything that would be hers. Let me see if I have it on my phone. It's probably going to be a bit shiny, but I can possibly show. Did she send me any of the... I might not find... I don't think she sent me. That's a bit of a bummer. I thought she had sent me, but sorry, I don't think she does have it here. I was hoping to show you. You know, that's not one of her best, but you know, something. Okay, you can't really see it here. Even if I put it, you know, in that style, that's not one of her best. That's actually one of her worst. I just happened to be on my WhatsApp. But you know, in that style, kind of just painting with blotches of color, and I think she's been getting pretty good at it. Okay, so I need something purplish now, and I will take the carmine. Carmine would work. I need to sharpen it though. Okay. Does anyone know if there's a good review or overview of fairy tales and folklore that explains each fable? I think there was, when it came out, somebody did that, at least tried to do something like that, but I don't remember who that was, sorry. I once told a proper artist I used polychromos for coloring, and she looked so disgusted by this that it was hilarious. Emma. Yeah, that's now your typical gatekeeping moment, though. So I now took the carmine. I like kind of those purplish leaning or brown leaning reds to use like skin shadows. This is one of my weaknesses. I really kind of like them. And I'm putting that now, I'm darkening the area around the eye with these as well. I kind of want a bit stronger shadows here in the eye as well. I just have to be careful now, because I have a feeling that the tooth here, you know, especially in the areas that I've darkened a bit, it is starting to get a bit scarce. So I need to be gentle with them. And here I need to put it underneath the nose to give a good shadow here, the nostrils. Atlanta, it's because colored pencil artists don't use pen in their work, so for them coloring inside black pen lines with colored pencils is anathema. Yeah. CBSB or something. Yeah, I think so, Cindy. Yes. Yes. Any artist worth their salt respects colorists like Kirby Razanis, who publishes them in his books. Cindy, I don't know how to work with gradients, and I think the colorist community is too reliant on it. I wish more tutorials just said a light blue-green or an orange-red instead of numbers, etc. Yes, yes. I agree with it, but then, you know, I have tried to do that, but then a lot of people are complaining that, you know, why didn't I say what pencil did I use? And I have been trying to say that, okay, I will say, or at least try to say, because I keep forgetting the pencil number or name, but I will also say, you know, several times throughout the video, you don't need the same pencils, you don't need exactly the same colors, you know, just look at the colors I'm using, or, you know, use your own versions of it. It does not need to be identical. And even if people used exactly the same colors and exactly the same, you know, like absolutely repeated every step that I or some other colorist did, the page is never going to look exactly the same. Like, and why would you want to? You want your own page, not somebody else's page. Okay, so I'm going to put a little bit here on the eye. I want that to be a bit darker. That specific area here. And then this bit of the eyelid also. And I'm going to take it underneath the eye here. I want a bit stronger shadow around the eye. And I'm bringing it here as well. I might even put a bit of a diluted, kind of a faded out black there eventually, to create this bit of a smokiness to the eyes. And onto the lip. Somebody seems to be still walking around in the house. Surprise, surprise. I need now a regular, this is now sienna again. And just the chin shadow a bit stronger. And I think I'm getting close with the skin. I need to put the pinks in, and then I'm probably leaving it and, you know, kind of finishing up the stream, because otherwise I won't sleep tonight at all. Cindy, sorry I lost the chat for hours and I only just worked out how to get it back. It's a swipe, Cindy. Atlanta, I don't mean coloring numbers, I mean coloring lines or for a painterly effects in coloring books. Oh yeah, sorry. Atlanta, okay, I need to go again. I'm sure you won't be here in an hour. No, I won't. Thanks again. Thank you, Atlanta, for spending so much time with us here. Very, very much appreciated. Hopefully, we'll see you again. Big cheers. Enjoy your day or evening. I'm actually not sure which time zone you're in now. I lost the count, or I lost the information that was in my brain at some stage, but now has gone somewhere. Okay, so I'm going to put a tiny bit of that really dark one here, but just a tiny dot, just to darken the bottom of it slightly. I don't want that tip like too prominent there underneath the nose. Emma, I don't think I've ever followed a tutorial on YouTube. I just try and work it out myself. I probably should occasionally just try and work out how certain things are done to look right. Yeah, I get it. I do get it and agree. Brittany, most adult colorists here on YouTube are using the 1mm Gongna and the Lango acrylic pens to cover the numbers in the adult color by number books, and they say it works. But I disagree. Since I'm not really doing color by numbers books, I think I've done them super rarely. I can't really say, but to me, the best way, I think I've tried them a couple of times, and to me, the best way that they worked, that they're not that, I find them quite time consuming actually. But the best way I got the results was when I did them with gouache. Just gouache paint, mix the colors. And then they covered the numbers the best. This, for me anyway, I got the best results. Okay, so I need to now get the... Do I have to darken here underneath the lips a little bit more? and bring it out a little bit more maybe, and just give a tiny bit very diffuse darkness here. Okay, and now I need something red. Something red or pink. See, the pinks aren't great in that set. Because obviously, I think they are trying to be as light fast as they can as well. This is now a rose anthracite or anthracite pink. I probably said it wrong, did I? And I'm just going over this area here and taking some of that pinkness kind of to the side of the face. I'm not taking it under the eyes because I don't really want, maybe a little bit like this here, because there is a little bit of pinkness usually around the eyes. So I'm kind of diffusing the darkness underneath the eyes with a bit of a pink. But I will do the same with the cheeks here. And usually once you put the pink in, you get a bit of an instant lift of the face, so kind of instant life moment. And they are very pigmented. And they seem to, you know, the layering seems to be almost, you know, going on forever. Do you know what I mean? Let me sharpen that pink. I have not followed the tutorial as well, but it's never been a conscious decision. I just don't have patience, sorry, for it, or maybe attention span or patience or something like that. Can you now see that little imperfection on the cheek there? That's a paper, little bump on the paper, and I can't do anything about it. Oh well, it is what it is. Yeah, it's almost like laziness, or I don't know what it is. I just never want to follow any tutorials. I'm the same, that I like the videos which give me the tools, that give me techniques, and videos that give me ideas, you know, how to use different materials, you know, different ways to use them, you know, different ways to maybe shade certain things. And it doesn't really matter to me what colors, you know, exactly you're using. And I don't mind if you're listing them, but it doesn't really matter to me. It's more so, okay, you know, that's what they're doing. You know, that's how they're creating this effect, that sort of a thing. Because, you know, nobody is born with the knowledge of everything. Emma, I look at makeup tutorials sometimes to work out how to shade a face. Yeah, kind of get it, yeah. That actually would make sense. Not that I've particularly done it, but the planes of the face are kind of, you just need to kind of touch your face to feel where the dips and and hills are. Just go by that. Cindy, I watch tutorials to go to sleep, so I watch a lot of them. I have ADHD, and I don't have the patience to follow what anyone else does. Exactly. I suspect I might be in the same boat, but as I said before, like, nobody has ever officially diagnosed me. Not that I've tried to get anyone to, you know, diagnose me, but I have a feeling that, you know, it might be the same story. So now I'm putting that pink, and the face is waking up, you know, it's getting a lot better. And I'm putting the pink quite a lot in the shadow area to kind of give more of a bit of a Scandinavian vibe to the skin. So I don't want to take that skin too dark. And I also want to make sure that it has more of a like pinkish undertone, because it is supposed to be a Scandinavian goddess. And they would quite often mostly have fairly kind of a pinkish, reddish undertone to the skin. Brittany, apparently Crayola is coming out with the first sets of alcohol markers up to 120 colors total though, and I don't know when they're coming out. Cindy, oh, you're definitely one of us. Yeah, I am pretty sure I am. But, you know, I've, as I said, you know, because I can't kind of state it because, you know, I don't want to claim something that isn't really been officially diagnosed. But I'm pretty sure that I'm in your boat, Cindy. I can occasionally, just to calm my brain down, I can watch like stupid stuff, you know, from pimple popping to whatever to tutorials. Yeah, you know, something that totally kind of switches my brain off. I really also like audiobooks. They really somehow calm my brain and make me concentrate on, you know, different things. Do you know what? It's now starting to take the shape, the skin. What do you think? I don't think I want to overdo it. I need to put a little bit more onto the nose. Emma, I've been on a waiting list for an ADHD assessment for 2 years now. Oh, hi, Patricia. Nice to see you here. We're sadly going to probably wrap up quite soon. But so welcome. And happy Valentine's Day to you. Sorry, I almost forgot. I keep forgetting. And now I'm putting that anthracite, well, I can't say that word. Yeah, I'm giving up, okay. The number of the pencil is 571. If somebody wants to specifically look for that pink. It is a really good pink, though, I have to say. It's a beautiful pink. It's like this perfect blush pink. They've somehow, you know, it's not too warm, it's not too cold, it doesn't feel chemical. It feels like soft, you know, blood under the skin for kind of a light-skinned person. Okay, so now I need to find something super light and super neutral. So what can I find here? Okay, so I think I'm going to go for pink white here, you know, these areas that I'm leaving fairly white. I'm now going over other pencils with it very, very gently. I'm not burnishing, I'm just going slightly because it's very smooth paper, so the pencils don't have huge amount, you know, they didn't get to this bad texture stage at all. They went down pretty smoothly. But I will take Prisma White. Come on, Prisma White. Where are you? Okay, I found Polychromos White, but I wanted Prisma White. And I'm putting a tiny bit here, just to keep it intact. And soften that edge. Cindy, I was diagnosed at 44. Cindy, oh my god, I watch pimple popping too. Rug washing is something. Yep, rug wash, yeah. We're definitely the same, Cindy. You know, somehow to get switch your brain off. I think that's why one of the reasons the coloring is, you know, works so well for me as well. It can be almost the same, especially in those evenings when my brain doesn't function much at all, and I just keep creating whips. I don't even pretend that I'm going to ever finish most of them, or, you know, at least some of them. I just feel like, you know, putting down certain material on the paper, and that's all I'm doing. I just... And then when that feeling is past, then, you know, I won't touch that material for quite a while again. As you would. Okay, I need to do something with that shin, because I don't like what's going on here. And this is what, the 5% dark flesh again. The names on these pencils. Yeah, I don't like the luminance names, that's another thing. And I could keep going on forever here to layer, shade. But at some stage, you just have to decide that, you know, that's enough. You know, that's quite sufficient. It is a coloring page, you know, don't go nuts. Because, you know, I could probably work on it, you know, a full day and just add and layer and, you know. And pink white here as well. I'm leaving that area essentially quite bright. And here as well. I'm just essentially kind of slightly diffusing or softening, going over with that pink white over these areas. And this bit here needs a bit diffusing as well. I'm taking a bit of that dark flesh 5% and softening the edges with that a bit as well, so it wouldn't be as sharp here, that dip. Okay. And a bit more pink in the nose. Emma, I watch horses' hooves being fixed, yeah? Hi, Color Miami. I follow color alongs. I've learned tons doing it, and I like that I can turn off my brain. Yeah. When I first started, I needed the exact colors, but after a few, I don't as much hand holding anymore. That's right. Hi, Belle Daniels. Sorry, I don't know what to say. How to say your name? Belle Danny Designs. Belle Danny Designs. Okay, it's too late. Okay, it's getting very late, and clearly my brain isn't braining anymore. So maybe I should finish up very soon. Okay, so I'm putting a little bit of pink here into the chin as well. Yeah. And darkening here with the carmine, because I like that tip to be pretty dark. And here. And maybe I'm going to give just a very, very soft layer of pink onto the lips. Should I do the lips as well, or should I just leave them for time being? I'm going to put them down. So I'm just putting a quick layer of pink in there. And here. I don't want them to be bright red, those lips. So I'm trying to, and to be honest, the choices aren't very great in this set. So I'm going to take the same carmine and kind of try to, with very gentle hand, create the lips. So the corners need to be always darker, coming inwards. Kalamiami, I'm lurking and behind. That's fine. Just chill. Brittany, I can't learn from pre-recorded video tutorials, pre-recorded color-alongs, and live video tutorials because I have been... Oh, auditory processing? Oh, sorry. Amy. Hi, Amy. Happy Valentine's Day. Can you give your goddess a beauty mark where the paper defect is, or is she defect too big? I'm watching from my phone and I can't really tell at the age where my vision isn't what it once was. It's a great idea, by the way. At the moment, it's not too prominent, so I might leave it. I'll see if I add more layers, it might get a bit... Belle Danny Designs, you do great scene. Thank you. Thank you. I enjoy doing skin. I find that process, it's one of the, for me, one of the most relaxing processes in coloring, I find. Just rendering the skin quietly. It really switches off my brain. I'm just sitting here. Okay, maybe I should shape that curve, you know, that make the lips a bit more curved here. Yeah, I think it looks a bit better that way. Yeah, a bit more shape to them. Okay, and now I need to put that onto the bottom lip. And with bottom lip, the same thing. There's going to be really dark area here in the middle, where the crease of the mouth is, so I'm putting good pressure onto the carmine, and I'm using carmine because I don't want the lips to be like bright red. This is more of a kind of a burnt, muted, slightly purplish undertone red. So essentially I decided that I'm going to do the lips as well, and then just, you know, finish up. I'm not going to do the eyes because that will take a little bit longer even. And so I am giving them shape, the lips. Making sure that the middle is nice and dark. I actually put, you know, almost burnishing pressure there. I wanted the middle and the crease between the lips would be nice and strong. There's also going to be a bit of a shadow here on the top of the bottom lip because it's curving inwards. Now we might shape the lip tiny bit, you know, maybe we give it a little bit of like a dip in the middle. And do that. You know, kind of. But I don't like it. Not in these lips, because it looks... Yeah. I'm not going to do that. Actually, this one isn't bad. You know, that's slightly. Very soft dip. I might leave that. And then I am bringing the color upwards. And I'm leaving in the bottom lip, you know, a fair bit of kind of like a white area here, which I'm not even going to take out at all. Now I'm making sure now that everything is, and now I might take a little bit of red, and I'm trying to take it very gently. What red is that? Permanent red. Okay. Sorry, I need to sharpen it, otherwise I'm gonna make a mess. And taking it mostly to the upper lip, because there's not really going to be much of a highlight there, but I'm making a slightly lighter area here in the middle, so it wouldn't be just the one color, just, you know, give it a bit of a interest there as well. But I'm going to layer it. I'm going to the carmine again, and I'm slightly kind of layering it with carmine so it wouldn't be so prominently red there. And it gives a bit of a kind of a glow effect to the lip. Okay, and now with the carmine, once again, I'm going making sure that there's a bit of a, you know, more of a dimension to the bottom lip. Bringing it in from the corners. And maybe pulling out a couple of, like, through the lip here, you know, because the lips have texture. pulling a couple of little curved lines through that white area. So it would look more like its natural texture of the lips there, not just kind of a super smooth, shiny area. And I'm also taking that red now, the permanent red, and I'm going to put it a bit over the carmine. The crease here, around it. I'm not bringing it into the white. I'm bringing it slightly towards the white over the edge of the carmine, but not totally over it. I'm also taking a couple of little lines with that color through the lips. Taking the carmine again. And now I need a dark blue. Do we have dark blue? That is sharp, permanent color. That is in that trend blue. Okay, that'll do. That'll do. Okay. And oops, I'm making sure that the tip is clean. And now I'm going to those corners of the mouth because I want them to be nice and dark. And the best way to get that is not with red, but putting kind of like blue or really dark violet on top or between the layers of the red. And that gives a really nice dark shadow into the lips. And I'm bringing it underneath the lip here as well. And here underneath the lip as well. And now I'm taking the carmine and I'm going over it because, you know, I don't want it to look as blue as it is at the moment. So I'm just layering a bit of carmine over it. Not too much. And there you go. I think the lips are ready. And eyes, I'm not going to finish today. But what do you think? I actually think that the skin comes out pretty alright with Loomies. I might work that nose eventually a little bit more because I'm not 100% happy with it. But, you know, this is, I think for tonight, it's as far as I'm going to get with it. So, Emma, she's looking stunning. Thank you. Brittany, disorders, APDs, that includes me having a weak auditory working memory, which means my brain cannot remember too much auditory spoken to me long enough to do anything, let alone write it down. Oh, I'm sorry, Brittany. That must be so difficult to live with. Candace, I never really feel I'm done with a page. Sometimes I tell myself, it's a coloring book. And it's not going into the Louvre. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm trying to tell myself here. It's like, I could keep layering it for a long time. You know, it's not really, you know, if I was doing a proper portrait, it is not finished. But I think for coloring book, it's fine. Bell Danny design your shoe. Okay. Thank you. I do write them down because it's nicer to, call each other by our names. It's easier sometimes. Oh, Brittany, yeah, you're having it rough. I'm sorry. I think I'm starting to understand why I feel so at home with creative people. So many of us are neurodivergent. I decided to pursue an ADHD diagnosis last year in case meds would help, and yes. Oh, it does help. Huh. Cindy, she's gorgeous. I might have to actually try to follow the skin tutorial. It wasn't really officially that much of a tutorial, but yeah, that's what it's for. If you want to try, kind of do something similar. Oh, and now I'm taking the Prismacolor white, and what I like to do with the lips often, that I go over the top like this and over the corners here with the Prisma white, and it really lifts them, you know, because on the face as well, the, you know, lifts are slightly, you know, there's, you can feel it with your hand, there's like protrusion there. And here on the sides of this dip as well, I'm putting some Prisma white, you know, some nice opaque white, which Prisma is, and see how much, you know, that also helped. I have ADHD. I got a bonus autism diagnosis. It makes sense, but I am in my 50s. Finding out this late is wild. I kind of suspect that I might be in the same boat, yeah. But I don't know if it would help me in any way to go and diagnose it, you know? Maybe, maybe not. Oh, thank you for the compliments. Oh, hi, Amy. Stunning. I could watch you for hours. Oh, thank you. Bell Daddy Designs. I just watched that late night video. Was the beer good? Yes, it was good. We went to the shop together with my son, and, you know, when he's with me, he usually talks me into, you know, getting some IPAs, you know, the kind of a craft beers. And yeah, then he brought me some. He was opening 2 cans during that video, actually, and he brought me both faithfully, like a good son. He brought his mommy a beer to taste. That's love for you, see? If a 19-year-old shares his beer with you, that's love. Emma, I think I'm going to take out my Loomies tomorrow. Lol, Bell, the beer sounded delicious to me. Such a nice interaction. Yeah, he came a couple of times during that video. What is that you would bothers you about the nose that you won't want to? Okay, I want to probably get this bridge a bit narrower here, to kind of darken the sides. But I need to kind of darken to the both sides. It was a bit too wide, and also I'm not sure, I don't know if I want to make that bumped tip a bit stronger or take it out altogether. I am not deciding. I'm at the moment going over it with Prismacolor white to see if that would, actually it does look better now. And I would also need to put a little bit more shadow here at the tip, so there wouldn't be that much of a white. And possibly a little bit more dark carmine here, very gently, you know, to the tip of the nose, because it's coming from a more shadow than I actually have down here. And then taking it up a bit more like this in a narrower way. And I think it looks better already. And then going with the carmine underneath the nose a bit, because the shadows would be darker there. On the side. See, it's already kind of looking a bit neater. It was a bit messy, you know. I think it's better now. She just wanted to sip. Is that all she had, you think? Emma, I think I'd like to see if I have ADHD. It'll help me understand why I've never felt right and never fitted in anywhere, really. Also, why I find it so bloody hard to be an adult. Yeah, I kind of get it. I'm pretty good at masking, at least, you know, in situations that require it. But boy, you know, do I mostly just want to be on my own, do my own thing, not to talk to anybody. Okay, so thank you very much for watching. It is now quite late. We've been online for 4.5 hours. Can you believe it? It's getting longer and longer every week. I need to put time limit onto this. The nose really changed. Good call. Yeah, it was just messy, you know, it was off. And it's better now, I feel. I might pretty much leave it at long. Eyes need to be done, and the eyebrows. Actually, one thing that would really change the face now that I can still do before I leave. If I can find the pencil for it. Okay, I have a sharp black. I'm going to take the eyebrows and I'm going to just flick a bit more hair into them. And I'm also flicking some hairs out of them. Very, very slightly, very gently. And that really changes the face as well. Just, darkening them a little bit. Although, to be honest, I probably should have gone with a dark brown with the eyebrows, because I think she's going to be pretty blonde. And now she's going to be blonde with really black eyebrows. But hey. Okay, I think I put too much here, or I'm just going to fill it out. Okay, you know, I might eventually kind of fix it a little bit more, but I think it really changes the face. Finding out was good for me to finally start understanding myself. I was really burnt out for life and masking. Probably then I maybe should deal with it. Oof. Ugh. Scary thought. But if I was in a stable situation, I don't know if it would have changed much for me. I was really self-critical. The diagnosis stopped a lot of that. Okay. And the older I get, it is the harder. I felt that I was masking or kind of coping much better when I was in my 20s and 30s, but now I'm just not bothered, you know. Just leave me alone. Oh, Chris. Oh, my little son. Thank you for popping in and staying with us and chatting. And have a lovely Valentine's Day. And a big hug from me to your dogs. And hi to Storm. Hope he's doing well too. She's had her eyebrows laminated. Okay, now that's it. It is now too late and I need to cope with life tomorrow. I need to finish. I need to finish this live stream now. Yeah, hopefully we had a good time. Thank you very much for watching. I think next Saturday, you know, everything going well, fingers crossed, you know, life is good and we're going to meet again. So thank you for staying with me for so long, putting up with me. And bye-bye.